Hey, I'm testing my headphones. Can somebody talk?
I see you now, Matt.
Okay. Camera's fixed. Working on my headphones. Okay.
Hello, this is Lena. I'm in.
Hey, Lena. I do not see Judy. Is she in the office or is she out there somewhere?
She is chair. I will check with Angela. I believe they are working on getting her up. I will. Thank you.
No, there's
Okay, Chair Supervisor Big A is here.
So do we have, oh, there she is. Hi, Supervisor Begay, you're on mute. You're muted.
Patrice,
I hear you now.
remember, scratch your head when you can't hear us. I have a meeting that I need to be on for an hour with the federal government on regarding some city tour issues. So I did text you. I'm not sure way back a couple of days ago saying that I might not be on.
All right, I don't know if I got that, but okay, it's good to know.
And then let me see, Angie's gonna look and see if they can record it too, so.
Well, Judy, what time are you going to need to be off?
Right now till 11,
Okay,
but can you check? She's gonna check to see if they're gonna record it, because I wanted to have input in this meeting for the community. It's
well,
for Bird
of course,
Spring.
yeah, you know, just come on when you can be on, of course, since it's a public meeting, got to be present to basically provide input, but that I think you'll be able to hear, so at least you'll hear, it won't miss out on the discussion, which is great. And come on as soon as you can. We'll miss you.
Did they do introductions?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, we ready then?
Okay, I'm Sue Brown until I can get my computer up.
All right, well, I'm gonna wait for you to get your computer up, Sue.
Yeah, that's we can go ahead with the meeting. I'm
right,
second
all
here,
right.
so we'll go in with Steve and
All right,
and
good.
once
Well,
mine
then-
comes back up, I'll hop over there. Okay.
All right, very good. So we will proceed since it's a little after 10 o'clock. And good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, March 28th. And this is the regular meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. It's good to see my colleagues and staff members and members of the public. Thank you for joining us. Our first order of business is our call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm Supervisor District 2 and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Although I'm labeled as Susan Brown, Deputy County Manager, this is Matt Ryan from District 3 until I can get on my computer.
All right, very good. And District 4, looks like Judy's still with us.
Yes, Judy Begay, Supervisor for District 4.
Very
Glad to be
good.
here today.
All right. And District 5.
Good morning. This is Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor for District 5. We're happy that everyone's joined us. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So there's a little interference back there, Lena. I'm not sure that's your end or our end, but hopefully that'll get cleared up. So thank you all for being here. We have a quorum. And with that, and our next order of business is a Pledge of Allegiance. It's time for us to honor our country. So we are going to have, there it is, our flag and the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand and let's honor our nation. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the
to the
flag
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
for which it
stands,
one nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. What? There we go. All right. And members of the public and colleagues, now is the time for the call to the public. Members of the public, now is the time for you to be able to join us here on our board meeting and to provide any comments or inputs or questions that you might have for items that are not on the agenda. And since these items are not on the agenda, the open meeting law is going to require that we cannot have discussion on these items. However, we can put them on a follow-up board meeting for discussion after it's been on the agenda, or send it to administrative staff for them to follow up with you on them. So now is your time. We, of course, ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And also, of course, since this is a public meeting, that you stay respectful of the fact that this is a public meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk to have her explain to members of the public how you can join us here at our board meeting. So Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom, it looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you'd like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Very good. Members of the public, now is your time to be heard.
And there are currently no hands raised.
All right, we always give you a second opportunity, members of the public. This is the call to the public. Please, if you'd like to join us, please join us. We'd love to hear from you.
And there are no hands, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you, Clerk Daly. And with that, we will then close the call to the public and we will move on to our other agenda items. And number 1 is a recognition proclamation. This is a carryover from our last board meeting. It's a consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2023-12, offering condolences to the friends and family of Dr. Jack Jackson Sr. in recognition of his contribution to the community, and to approve an amended proclamation designating March 22nd, 2023 as Jack Jackson Senior Day here in Coconino County. And I do see that Jack Jackson Jr. is with us this morning as well. It's great to see you, Jack. And happy birthday. I know you were just celebrating your birthday. And thanks for coming back. And members of the board, you may recall that there was mistake on that prior proclamation. Jack Jackson Jr., Jack Jackson Sr. served together at the state legislature and worked so diligently together on so many wonderful projects and, quite frankly, laws and opportunities for members, not of the Navajo Nation, but for the state of Arizona. So there was a mix-up. We are happy to report that this resolution has been looked at very closely, including by Jack Jackson Jr. And I am going to ask that the proclamation at this time be read by Tamara Little Salt Butler. And from there, we'll take the motion and then comments. So Tamara, I'm going to turn the amended proclamation over to you. So thank you, Tamara.
Good morning, Yate. It's an honor to read this proclamation. Proclamation designating March 22nd, 2023, Senator Jack Jackson Senior Day in Coconino County. Whereas former Arizona State Senator Jack Jackson Sr., born in the Navajo Nation, served on the Navajo Nation Council from 1980 to 1984 in the Arizona State House of Representatives from 1985 to 1998, and as Arizona State Senator from 1998 to 2004. And whereas Senator Jackson served in many government and leadership capacities throughout his career, including but not limited to Director of Legislative and Cultural Affairs at Diné College, Director of the Diné College Office of Diné Education Philosophy, and Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Health Authority in the Office of Student Affairs and Native Healing Sciences. And whereas Senator Jackson was instrumental in passing the bill establishing Arizona Indian Legislative Day, now called Indian Nations and Tribes Legislative Day, which occurs on each Wednesday of the first week of each regular legislative session in Arizona, during which elected officials pay tribute to the history and culture of Native Americans and their contributions to the prosperity and cultural diversity of the United States. And whereas Senator Jackson sponsored and co-sponsored many other bills, including the transaction privilege tax, which provided funds to tribal educational institutions, counties, towns, and municipalities, and resulted in $17.5 million in funding for Diné College over 10 years. And whereas Senator Jackson earned Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in secondary education from Northern Arizona University and received an honorary doctorate degree from Coconino College in Muskogee, Oklahoma. And whereas Senator Jackson and his twin brother, Dean C. Jackson, founded the All Indian Rodeo Cowboy Association. And whereas Senator Jackson passed away on March 5th, 2023 at the age of 90 in Window Rock, Arizona. Now therefore be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize Senator Jack Jackson Sr.'s countless contributions to the Navajo Nation, Coconino County, the state of Arizona, and the United States of America by proclaiming March 22nd, 2023 as Senator Jack Jackson Senior Day in Coconino County.
Thank you, Tamara, for the reading of the corrected proclamation. And what I'm going to ask is a motion, a second, and take action. And then we will have comments and turn this over to Jack Jackson Jr. and others. So at this,
Madam Chair, if I could ask in the motion, please reference the resolution number 2023 in the resolution motion, please. Thank you.
thank you. All right, so we have had, I will take a motion to approve resolution 2023-12, offering condolences to the family and friends of Dr. Jack Jackson Sr. and his recognition of, or in recognition of his contribution to the community, and to approve the amended proclamation which designated March 22nd, 2023 as Jack Jackson Senior Day here in Coconino County. Do I have a motion?
Move.
I'll move.
Madam Chair,
I have a recognizing Supervisor Judy Begay. Do you have, is that your motion, Supervisor Begay?
Yes, so move.
And Supervisor Fowler, is that your second?
yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the resolution 2023-12 and also the amended proclamation which designated March 22nd, 2023 as Jack Jackson Senior Day here in Coconino County, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Of course, it's unanimous, and thank you, colleagues. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over if any members of the board would like to make a comment. I know we were able to honor Dr. Jackson Senior at the last board meeting, but any other comments from members of the board before I turn this over to Jack Jackson Jr.? With that, and in recognition of the incredible contributions the Jackson family, quite frankly, have brought to Arizona, and certainly led by Jack Jackson Sr. and his twin brother Dean, I'd love to turn this over to Jack Jackson Jr. for comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and board members of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. I just want to thank you all again for the reading of the proclamation, and on behalf of my family, we appreciate all the good thoughts and words that have come from the county. You know, as a family, we are still grieving somewhat, remembering our father, our grandfather, our great-grandfather, but we take comfort in all the great words that we received. This past week, I was back in Arizona with my family. We were able to be at the Arizona State Legislature, where both the House and Senate passed their memorial resolution honoring my father, our father. We were also, the family was presented with flags, an Arizona flag and a US flag that were flown over the Capitol. So we're very honored to have received that. Also just been getting messages from folks about their work with my father, you know, some things that I wasn't really aware of. One, would like to note was his work in ensuring that that Native people were eligible for our access program. There was a great article written about that from the perspective of a person working at Access during that time, talking about, my dad's efforts, which resulted in locking a door. So the attorneys couldn't get out to say, nobody's leaving here until we get this done. So as a result of that, Native folks in Arizona are now eligible for our access program. So just wanted to highlight that. And also his efforts in establishing a school in Indian Wells back in the early 2000s. He had taken the then director of the school facility board out to Indian Wells community. They had a day-long meeting there where they heard from the community. There was a family whose two daughters were having to travel an hour plus to and from school, and they talked about an incident in one of those school rides that the young girls were no longer comfortable in taking that bus. So after hearing that, the director of the school facility board said, I heard enough. You guys need a school here. So years later, there is that thriving school at the Indian Wells School District, which is part of the Holbrook School District. And so those are two of the things I just wanted to highlight that I really, am happy to hear about, and will always remember my dad's efforts and some of those things that are greatly benefiting not only the Navajo Nation, but Arizona as a whole. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. I appreciate this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you for to let us know. I didn't know about that either, about your father. It's wonderful to share that. So thank you. Any other comments, members of the board or the county, or anyone else have comments to make? All right. Well,
I just wanted to, if I could.
Sure, Tamara, yes.
Yeah, so it definitely was an honor for me to read this proclamation. I do want to say, as a Diné woman, that when I think of your father, I think of the legacy that he has left, and for all of us who not just are Diné people, but throughout the state, we are benefiting from the impact that your father has made. And I just want to express my condolences. And as I was reading the proclamation, it just brought to mind how much of a jack of all trades your father was. And growing up as a child, I used to go with my stepfather to different rodeos. And so, that's how I first heard of your father as a child. And then to learn later on of all of the different initiatives he has put into place that we now see and we can take advantage of, including the Indian Tribes and Legislative Day. I've been going to attending that day for a series of years and never knew how that came about. So in so many ways, we have been benefiting from his leadership. He definitely epitomizes a Diné Ani. So yeah, thank you for allowing this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I refer to my dad often as a true Renaissance man. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, thank you, Tamara, for reading that. Thank you, Jack, for being with us again this morning. If you show up anymore, we're going to make you an honorary board. So be careful.
yeah, right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Yate Shanala, thank you for joining our board meeting. As you know, we are Supervisor Vasquez and I are in DC right now. So our cameras are off, but I want to just thank you for joining our board meetings. And I really enjoyed working with your father at the Net College. Shanala, always call me Shanala. That's by our clan. And just always with the most kind words, and we work with medicines, men and women, and really preserving and teaching the Navajo culture and teaching and everything that we did, all the courses, all the workshops that we provide, we deliver, and all the curriculums we wrote, and or else just we reviewed and edit. It was really a great learning experience for me. Just want to thank you, and just being a county, as a county supervisor, we look up to our leaders, and he was just the essence of a Navajo, being Navajo. Just absolutely walked with his Navajo teachings and implemented that, applied it in all of his work. So that was really great experience for me. And now today, we benefit from all of the work that he's done in all the different fields that he's worked in. It wasn't just being a state legislator or a Navajo official. It was in various ways, and a lot of it too was a lot of volunteerism. So I just want to thank you for that, and thank the family for sharing him with us and being able to benefit from him today. So yes, Nana, and happy belated birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I appreciate your words. Yeah.
All right. Thank you again, Jack, for being with us today. So, I'm going to move forward on the agenda. And the next item is a recognition of our sheriff, Jim Driscoll, on his recent award as the Western Sheriff of the Year. And many of us got to read the wonderful front page story about our sheriff. Not that we were surprised with that award, but it's always wonderful to see our sheriff and our longtime public servant here in Coconino County recognized for the great work he's done, not just for us here in Coconino County in the state, but really recognized across the West. So that is quite an honor. Nothing like getting the acknowledgement from your peers, Sheriff Driscoll. So with that, I am going to turn this over to the county manager to introduce this item. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, we're joining in the recognition of Sheriff Jim Driscoll, who was nominated by Sheriff David Klaus from Navajo County, who is with us today. And so what I will do, Madam Chair, I will read into the record the recognition. We do not need board action on that. It's a recognition. So I'll read into the record the recognition, and then I will turn it over to Sheriff Klaus to speak to the nomination, and then to you all board members to follow up with comments. And so with that, I will read the recognition. Whereas Coconino County Sheriff Jim Driscoll recently received the 2023-24 Sheriff of the Year Award from Western States Sheriff's Association. And whereas the Western States Sheriff's Association is comprised of sheriffs and their command staff from 17 states, stretching from the Mississippi River to the West Coast. And whereas Sheriff Jim Driscoll is nominated by Sheriff David Klaus from Navajo County based on his experience, leadership, and extensive service to his community. And whereas Sheriff Jim Driscoll has dedicated 42 years to law enforcement and served in every rank and assignment within the Coconino County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Sheriff Jim Driscoll was elected to his office by Coconino County voters in 2016. And whereas Sheriff Driscoll has also served Coconino County as a previous Coconino County Emergency Manager and Critical Incident Commander. And whereas Sheriff Jim Driscoll is a graduate of NAU, the FBI National Academy, the Naval Postgraduate Executive Leadership Program, and the Arizona Peace Officer Standards and Training Leadership in Police Organizations Program. And whereas Sheriff Driscoll serves his community with involvement in Big Brothers Big Sisters of America, the American Red Cross, Coconino County Victim Witness Board, Flagstaff Leadership Program, to name a few. And whereas the Coconino County Sheriff's Office and the entire Coconino County community have benefited from Sheriff Driscoll's proven leadership skills in the development of employees, development of community relationships and partnerships, and bridging gaps between local, state, and federal and entities. Now, therefore, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby recognize Sheriff Jim Driscoll's award as the Western States Sheriff's Association's 23-24 Sheriff of the Year, signed and sealed this 28th day of March 2023. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Klaus with your permission, and Sheriff Klaus will speak to the nomination.
Yes, thank you.
Sheriff Klaus?
Oh, good morning. Just quick, thank you, County Manager Peru and Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Good to be joining you this morning. Like you said, I'm David Klaus. I'm your neighbor over here to the east in Navajo County as the sheriff, serving just down Interstate 40 from you this beautiful morning. I just want to just add a couple things to what was already said. I agree wholeheartedly with all the great work that Sheriff Driscoll has done. If my math serves me right, he started law enforcement in 1975 era. And that is a long time that he has been a public servant, all working in Coconino County. I first met Sheriff Driscoll only 5 years ago, but ever since then, he's always been a leader and a mentor, somebody that I've looked up to as I kind of joined the ranks as sheriff, and he kind of took me under his wing. So the Western States Sheriff's Association just celebrated its 30th year as an organization. It comprises 17 states with over 1,100 counties in those 17 states. It got its start as an organization really to push the issue or to advocate for the issues of public lands, public land use, and things that are really important to states that are in the West. Coconino County with all its national parks and public land usage and all the operations that the Sheriff's Office does. Sheriff Driscoll has been a big voice on those panels and in that area within Western states. As the representative for Arizona this year, they sent out for nominations, and I couldn't think of anybody better than to nominate for one of his stellar years of service, but also for the work he does in the public lands arena within Western states. Sheriff Driscoll has taken on a lot of issues that as a young sheriff, I've come to him, and he's come to Navajo County, and he's testified before committees for things that are going on in the Apache Sitgreaves Forest. And he has been a great friend and a great advocate for sheriffs. 2 years ago, he served as the sheriff president for the Arizona Sheriff's Association, represented us very well and advocated on our behalf at the Arizona State Legislature. So it was with great pride and great joy that I nominated him. And it was a very competitive process when you think of 17 states and over 1,100 counties within that, and nobody more deserving than Sheriff Jim Driscoll. And I thank him and appreciate the great partnership he has not only had with all of Arizona, but Navajo County.
Thank you, Sheriff Klaus. That's a wonderful recognition of a marvelous sheriff we have here in Coconino County. And we've been so lucky to have his public service for all of these years. So thank you for that nomination and for your words.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The county manager.
Also with us is Chief Deputy Brett Axland from the County Sheriff's Department. We would like to ask him to say a few words, and then we're going to turn over to the board, because we know that Jim is not going to be pounding his chest. That's not the kind of person he is, but certainly his staff wants to do that. So if we could just turn it over to Brett for a moment, please. Thank you.
Morning, Brett.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you, County Manager Peru. Obviously, I don't have permission from the sheriff to speak right now, but I thought it would be a, kind of reiterate and repeat what both Sheriff Klaus, County Manager Peru, and Chair Horseman stated. We're lucky in the fact that we actually get to benefit from his experience, from his leadership every single day. So we're extremely grateful for that. We know that through the years, his experience and his ability to really interpret situations and people that he has to deal with on a daily basis is a very difficult thing, along with a lot of our other county leadership. So I just quickly want to say that we appreciate having him. We're very proud of him. We're very proud of our not just our organization, but of our county as a whole. And again, thank you, David, or Sheriff Klaus, for the nomination. We were very, very proud to be at Western States, the association meeting this year, and to stand up and get our picture taken with all of those nominees and recipients of this award in the past. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, back to the board.
All right, thanks, Brett. And by the way, I know we were told we didn't have to vote on this, but our name is going on this, and I would like us, each one of the board, to be able to take this as a motion and an action in recognition of our sheriff. So before we turn it over for comments, I'm going to ask for a motion in recognition of Sheriff Jim Driscoll, and in recognition of the Sheriff of the Year Award, and for all the service, 42 years of service for Coconino County. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
All right, Supervisor Ryan made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Judy Begay. All those in favor of acknowledging this great recognition for our sheriff, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. It is unanimous. And with that, I'm now going to turn this over to my colleagues. Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as Brent had said, if he asked for permission from Jim, he'd say, no, I'm good, which shows you how humble he is. And Jim, you know, I came on 28 years ago, and Jim was already here almost 2 decades.
You're right. I can get a car right now. $40.
Vice Chair,
Tomorrow, and then we wouldn't
Vice
need-
Chair. Yeah, there we go.
All right. and I want to get a car for $40 too. So Jim, you're a mentor to me. David is Sheriff Klaus, as you had mentioned. I was a young guy, a neophyte out in the community, and Jim was kind enough to help me understand community dynamics. It's your quiet, real, realistic approach to the world, your kind consideration, but with realism, you navigate very difficult issues, and you're there and are a foundation for so many different people. Your involvement in the community. I'm always guaranteed, of course, I can't run much anymore, but seeing your big brothers, big sisters supporting the community somewhere out on the course, or, up at Solstice Run, etc. It's a sheer pleasure to work with you. In my text back to Jim, when I found out that he had gotten the award, and thank you again, Sheriff Klaus, for nominating him, is, oh, it's about time. He always should have had this award. So well deserved, Jim. It's always a pleasure to work with you. I have utmost respect for you, and I really do enjoy working with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay?
Yes, what an honor. I just want to say it's a great honor that, we're recognizing Sheriff Driscoll, regarding his the award that he got, and the year award from the Western State Sheriff's Association. That really, really means a lot. And it's got to be someone that's very humble, respectful, and helpful, and always, being there for people when they need help. And for the reservation, I know that a lot of people know him because of all the communities. He probably he's attended a lot of chapter meetings in our areas, and they refer to him as the sheriff. So that's coming from the people of the Navajo community, and also the community of Monkopi, and also the Paiutes tribes within that are within this vicinity. So I just want to say, you know, I have had a chance to attend meetings, and he's, you know, always there, and he's always smiling, and, you know, always giving advice, and always being there to see what he can do if there's an issue that came up. So I respect him in that way, and he deserves this award. You know, and I think that, you know, it's good that, you know, the Board of Supervisor did a motion and did you know, and for him to be honored here today. So I just want to say thank you, Sheriff Driscoll, for all your involvement, and also for all your help that you've done within the communities of the whole Coconino County, and all the years of service that you have had with the Coconino County. And so it's apparent and evident that you do like your job, and that, you know, and you want to be here, and you want to be helpful, and, you know, just work with anybody, everybody that comes your way. So, and all the other accomplishments, and all the other areas that you work with, like Red Cross, the Victim Witness Board, and then the leadership programs that you were involved in, you know, that's a lot. So I greatly appreciate you, and then I want to thank you, and, you know, for being this person. And then also want to thank what was his name that did the nomination?
Sheriff Klaus.
Yes, thank you so much, you know, for having a lot of confidence with one of your one of our Coconino County employees. And, you know, that's how people see him. It's just the way, you know, you had mentioned that led you to do the nomination. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Other supervisors? How about our Washington DC group?
Very
Supervisor
good,
Fowler.
Madam Chair. This is Lena. Thank you. And I just like to thank our sheriff and congratulate our sheriff. Over the years, we have had we've gone back and forth when budget time, and he's very passionate about the department, about his department, and always trying to do more for all of his employees. And I really appreciate the passion and patience that's taken into hiring the deputies, because most of them are in the rural communities, and really the outlook in making sure that they are trying to hire local, and really appreciate that. And that's the quality of our sheriff. And just really appreciate this nomination and this recognition. I just think that this is just amazing. So congratulations, Sheriff. And your service to our communities. Dedication. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your comments. And we are having a lot of background noise from probably the room you're in. So just be aware of that. So, but thank you for those comments, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say congratulations, Sheriff. Well deserved. I've had the opportunity of working with you over the last 2 years, and I've been really impressed with your leadership, not only just in the emergency management realm, but also in the realm of just being innovative with Pathways, Exodus, all these different programs. It seems like you're always cutting edge, bringing these programs to the forefront. And I just really respect your leadership and really appreciate the fact that you were awarded this award, because it's well deserved. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I think we've heard from everybody but me. Is that right? So I'll just closing, just say, Sheriff Driscoll, you have dedicated your adult life to public service and served us here in Coconino County. So great respect to you. This is a great recognition and honor for you. And I know you share it with your family, because you don't do it alone, do you? And so appreciate all that you've done for us here in Coconino County. And Sheriff Klaus, thank you for bringing this forward to the Western sheriffs. And we'll share him with you a little bit, but we sure glad he's made us Coconino County his home, and we so appreciate him. So great respect, Sheriff, and thank you.
Sheriff Driscoll may want to say some comments.
I
too.
think he does. I see he's unmuted. So Sheriff Driscoll.
All right, well, Madam Chair, members of the board, and my esteemed colleague from Navajo County, David Klaus, I guess it's time for rebuttal a little bit. So I will, I think maybe do a little bit of that, but I do want to express my sincere appreciation to all of you. David, you've been a great friend, and Navajo County has always been a great partner with us, and you've continued that tradition from Casey Clark before you, and Gary Butler, and previous sheriffs that I've known over these last, 49 years. So it's been a great relationship, and I look forward to our future as well. This award, I think, is very humbling to me. I got caught off guard by this. Didn't know this was happening. So you guys did a great job of keeping it away from me, Dave, and caught me flat-footed when I got it up in Reno a few weeks ago, and didn't know what to say. And I don't know that I still know what to say at this point, other than nobody is successful, I think, in their careers in public service without help. And I'm certainly no exception to that. Anything that I've been able to do or accomplish, it's because of the great people that I've been fortunate enough to work with, and as sheriff have surrounded myself with. First, my family has been so instrumental in putting up with me being somewhat of an absentee husband or father a lot of times over these last 49 years, but still continue to support. But also support from the board, various boards that have existed over these years, and my coworkers as well. We have some great people that live and work in this county, and are employed by our county, and I think we're able to do some great things. But ultimately, I look at my staff that we have here at the sheriff's office, and they make things happen. They talk me off the cliff when I need that. They keep me from stepping in it when I'm very close to that. They pull me off the ceiling when that needs to happen too. And but I've been fortunate enough over the years to have great mentors as well. Bill Pribble before me, and Joe Richards before that, and a number of other people in the community that I owe a great deal to. I just lost a great mentor with Gene Munger last Sunday. Gene passed away. But some folks like Bob Hartwick and Malcolm Mackey, and some of the old timers that have really offered wisdom and guidance throughout the years, and even my dad. But I'm just very fortunate to be where I am, very fortunate to have participated in such a variety of activities and boards and commissions throughout the years. And I've got about 18 months of that left in me, I hope. And then the torch will be passed on. And I look forward to my Chief Deputy Brett Axland and his leadership as well in the future. But thank you all for support, for guidance many times, and just being there throughout these last 4 and almost 5 decades. I certainly appreciate all of you greatly.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thanks for your words. Yes. Any other closing comments from anybody? Otherwise, well-deserved, Sheriff, and we look forward to 18 months and quite frankly, a lifetime of you living here in Coconino County. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sheriff Klaus.
All right, we are moving along, and this is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2023 as National County Government Month. And what better person to introduce this and to read this proclamation than our very own and longtime serving county manager, Steve Peru. So Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recognition of Sheriff Driscoll certainly is a great segue into the recognition of County Government Month. So April is County Government Month. We have a proclamation that I'll read into the record and ask for the board to take action on. But one of the things that I want to make sure that we all recognize is that local government is such an interesting, complex form of government. It's the closest to the people. It's all the things that we do. And we look at the county organization, it's a complex organization. You know, we have 3 law firms that we support. We have a court system, a public health system, a recreation parks, land assessment. I mean, it goes on and on and on. We have treasury, we have law enforcement, we have detention. And so if you look at all of the various functions in county government that we support each and every day, it's a complex organization. But I think in that complexity, what comes through is the fact that our employees, our team members, all 11 to 1,200, depending on the season, make it happen each and every day. And so this is just as much a tribute to all of their work as it is an awareness to the general public. And so with County Government Month, I've appointed a small group from communications and public affairs, government affairs, and others to create some opportunities to let folks know what we do. So you'll see some social media posts that say, did you know? And a lot of folks do not know a lot of things about county government. And that's really the intent, is to create the awareness of the general public on all the things we do here at Coconino County. And so with that, Madam Chair, I will read into the record the proclamation and for board action and then conversation or comments from the board. So again, proclamation designating April as National County Government Month. Whereas the nation's 3,069 counties serving more than 330 million Americans provide essential services to create healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. And whereas counties fulfill a vast range of responsibilities and deliver services to support a high quality of life for our residents, economic success for our businesses, and abundant recreation for our visitors. And whereas Coconino County and all counties take pride in the responsibility to protect and enhance the health, well-being, and safety of our residents and visitors to our counties in efficient and cost-effective ways. And whereas the National Association of Counties is highlighting how counties rise, demonstrating exemplary resiliency, inclusion, solvency, and empowerment. And whereas each year since 1991, the National Association of Counties has encouraged counties across the country to elevate awareness of county responsibilities, programs, and services. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaim April 2023 as National County Government Month, signed and sealed this 28th of March, 2023, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for reading that proclamation, County Manager. And members of the board, before we have comments, I am going to entertain a motion for the proclamation designating April as National County Government Month. Do I have a motion? Supervisor Ryan.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of designating April as National County Government Month, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. It has been approved unanimously. Good thing, since we happen to be a local county government board. So thank you, members of the board. Do I have comments from the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Following Steve's lead associated with it, I just attended. We have this employee award for folks that are at their 5-year marks, 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20, 25, 30, sometimes even more than that, or retiring. And the really neat thing about that is you discover so much more about what we do and the people that do it. We have people that are so committed to what they're doing to try and help with the community, and yet you go to these awards and it's just the tip of the iceberg for the diversity of areas that we cover. When I go out to communities, I try and a lot of times people are so busy working, they kind of know what government's doing, some, quite a bit, but many people, they're living their lives. And when you try and explain what counties are, we have the unincorporated land planning, kind of in a way, less government unless you want to have more in a special district and bring in that extra utility or that improved road. But you get an overlay of all the incorporated communities, but we also have federal and state programs where it crosses over our other jurisdictions that we try and help out, and we have many dedicated people working to try and make that happen. So it's a great time to do this, and I hope we have this opportunity just to showcase those special examples that we have out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments, members of the board?
I was just going to say, I appreciate everybody's service, working in public service, and it's nice to get recognized in some form or fashion. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments? I will go ahead and just briefly also indicate a lot of what Supervisor Ryan has indicated, and also the county manager. The reason it's called local government is because we in fact are local. We have the direct service to our residents. We affect their lives more directly as a county government than any other form of government in the United States. It certainly is a direct democracy when we're starting to do with county government and providing these county services. And I just want to say that our response, whether it be an emergency response, we've certainly seen that a lot this last summer from the fires and the floods, to overseeing our elections, to ensure that our democracy stays strong here in Coconino County as a part of the state of Arizona and the United States, to maintaining roads, to budget setting, property taxes setting, special districts. Our involvement and our tentacles within the community and the services we provide are many and deep. And I certainly want to salute and recognize our hardworking staff and employees that make it work, that are there for our community and providing the direct services to our community. So in recognition of designating April as National County Government Month, I want to really salute and recognize our county employees for all of their great service here to Coconino County. So thank you all, and let's celebrate this month. So thanks. Other questions, comments from the board? If not, I did take a motion and a second, and it did pass. Correct, Lindsay? I sometimes forget to do that. We're moving on.
Correct, Chair.
All right. We are here for the consent agenda. Members of the public, the consent agenda contains items that are more routine or administrative in nature. These are covered through one motion in one vote of the Board of Supervisors. They are not discussed, and they're not discussed individually. So if in fact we do want to discuss an item and consider it individually, we remove it from our consent agenda. So at this time, members of the board, are there some items that you would like to remove from our consent agenda? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to separate item number 8, please.
All right. Item number 8 is removed from the consent agenda. Are there any other items we would like to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items 4 through 10, removing item number 8. All those do I have a motion to accept and approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve, Madam Chair, as stated.
Supervisor Ryan has made the motion. Do I have a second? I will second the consent agenda. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right. All right, it's unanimous. It's passed. And item number 8, and this is an important one. This is consideration and possible action to adopt the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan Update, Envision 2045. This is the Public Participation Plan, or P3. And this is item 8 in our board packet. And Supervisor Ryan, before we turn this over to the staff for further discussion, would you like to basically kind of tee us up to what some of your comments, questions, or concerns are?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost, I really appreciate all the work that our staff has put into this in this effort to line up the comprehensive plan. It's very complex. One of the key pieces, though, that we kind of we pride ourselves in is rather than we, the board, doing a top-down, let's design a plan, we do a broader outreach to our community. And I know this is fitting formats that we've had more recently, but as I look into the page 5, the public stakeholders, boards and commissions, et cetera, those that we have listed, it really is agency heavy associated with it. And I hearken back, and I was not very elegant, but I was kind of hitting on that in the regional plan effort. A piece that I feel that we're missing is we don't have a lot of our community groups mentioned here, although you could call them watch groups or community neighborhood groups. That actually they were the foundation, not all these other agencies, but were the foundation when we created this template. It could be environmental groups, it could be real estate groups, it could be our chambers in there. And they sat as our committee members to help put this together. I compliment the staff for the comprehensive list they put together, and their efforts when the outreach to these groups are they're very good. Often there'll be a different group in there that we may not have considered, and our staff are often trying to think that way. But even so, I would suggest that we pause long enough. I'm not comfortable voting on this right now, that we pause long enough to give a little bit more time to build in more of our neighborhoods. And this is the comp plan will be, it's not our incorporated communities. It's not our Native American communities. It's our unincorporated communities. So I'm hoping that we can do a little bit better in populating the committee in that way. I see a lot of the agencies and the structure that's put together associated with community groups. I see them more in an advisory capacity, very good. And we community development already uses an advisory committee that's populated with a lot of people that come from various communities, but it's a little bit different than that direct community member or one of these other organizations that I'm the type that I'm suggesting, and that's what I'm looking at, Madam Chair. It's not to detract from what has been put together, what our staff has been doing, and their commitment and hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I'm just going to add on a little bit to what you said. I know we did talk about this when we had our joint city county meeting, and I know there has been ongoing discussions, and I know the time and the effort, or at least I've seen, I probably don't know, but I have seen the time and the effort that's been put in on this comprehensive plan. And I think we all know that the first step, and is even acknowledged in the plan, the first step to create a successful plan is really that public participation, not only to understand the geographic and demographic information that we need to include in our comprehensive plan, but the diversity. And we need to really reach out to get a diverse group of public participation. And you've named some, Supervisor Ryan, but I'd like to see people and really reaching out to some of the organizations, Lowell Observatory, MNA, Creative Flagstaff, obviously FDBA, the F Cubed, Lowell Observatory. I mean, we have partners that are people who have and organizations that have been active partners in Coconino County and helping to develop the diversity of Coconino County, and whether it be our diversity consuls and our diversity communities, but also our other communities involved here, whether it be recreation or the arts, and the environmental and sustainability communities. So I'd really like to see a little bit more depth and reach out to make sure that we can get a broad base of public participation. So I agree with that. And quite frankly, I know that that's exactly what our comprehensive plan team wants to see as well. So I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Ryan, and I would ditto your recommendation that we pause for just a moment as we move forward on this. Any other questions from the board or comments? Or then I'm going to turn this over to Melissa Shaw, who has dedicated so much time and energy into putting this forward and making sure we have a good comprehensive plan moving forward. Any other comments, board members, or we'll turn it over to Melissa?
Good afternoon, Chair, or good morning rather, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I think Jay has also unmuted. He may want to add to that first.
Jay?
No, I don't have anything of substance to add. I just wanted to tell the supervisors thank you for thoroughly reviewing it so that you can provide us with that feedback. We also do have our consultant, Loris Rao, on with us. I just want to make sure that she's valuable as well. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for being here. So we really appreciate all your hard work in this. And we want to be part of that, the team, and a positive, experience moving forward on this comprehensive plan. So anything, Melissa, you'd have to say?
Thank you for the additional comments. And in listening to you and then reviewing our public participation plan, I do see how we can add to it and make sure that we do make a very inclusive and deep outreach effort. That was certainly our intent, and I think that your comments are very well taken. We can certainly add to our list. I do want to acknowledge that this is a somewhat of a work in progress, and we know that the public participation efforts will continue to grow as we learn about other contacts. We make deeper contacts into the community. We'll be doing additional outreach. It's not intended to be a static document at all. So, we will always welcome your feedback on this at any point in the process, so we can continue to take a deeper dive, as deep a dive into the community as we can right now. I will just mention that right now I'm over at the Aquaplex, sitting in on the regional plan workshop. So we've had good attendance this morning, and we'll hope to mimic that and even maybe do better with our comprehensive plan. So Loris, I see, is on camera now. She may want to add, because she worked hard on this public participation plan as well.
Very good. Thank you. Hi, Loris. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Just wanted to echo what Melissa said. This was pretty much just as an example list of potential stakeholders that we could reach out to. So we would very much welcome any of your suggestions. If you have specific ones, please let us know and we will add those to that stakeholder meeting. And as Melissa said, it will continue to grow as we come into contact with other organizations and groups. So yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Lars. Melissa, yeah.
I guess I had some questions then. Is this something you would like to see revised and come back to you?
Supervisor Ryan?
If I may, Madam Chair. Melissa, yeah, actually, it's a plan that you have us take action on. And I know you're saying it's a living document. And again, I'm coming back to, I love a lot of the template, and yet by the same token, it is that community level engagement that it comes across in a couple lines in the list of folks, and you have a very comprehensive list of agencies, but from neighborhood folks up through some of these other types of organizations, there's a suggestion to go that kind of way, but it comes across very weak in that way, and I'm not here to contradict you. I think you've put a good effort, and or maybe I'm suggesting a modification of a template that we're comfortable with to increasing this community engagement level at the committee level. We have the opportunity to use these groups that we're used to and how we reach out to in an advisory capacity. And I would suggest an outreach effort, A, and B, gathering a little bit more information on from board members on how we can help to populate these types of considerations. So that's, once we just work on that a little bit more, I feel a little bit more on voting for it, but I don't want to launch a public participation plan with, it's almost as though it's just not enough engagement at the citizen level that I'm looking at. No. So that's what I'm trying to suggest.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think I have a sense of what you're looking for as far as a revised template possibly, and in more information. We can do some individual outreach with the supervisors to also get your other ideas and incorporate it and bring it back to you later.
That would be great.
Thank you, Melissa. Just add it to the list, right, of everything else. So thank you. Any other comments, questions, or I would entertain a motion at this time that we table item 8 and have it brought back to the board at a later board meeting.
So moved, Madam Chair.
We have a motion, a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of tabling item 8 signify by saying aye. Aye. I heard Judy.
Aye.
And Vice Chair, are you an aye on this? We have 3 and
Yes, I'm an aye. Apologize.
All right,
Couldn't get my mute off.
very good. Thank you very much. So it is unanimous of those in attendance. I think we may have lost Supervisor Fowler. Is that correct? All right, very good. So let's, members of the board, thank you. We are moving on. We now must resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of resolving as a Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you, members. We are now the Health District Board of Directors, and we have before us a consent agenda item. Consideration of possible action to approve Amendment 3 to contract CTR 055991 COVID-19 health disparities between the Arizona Department of Health Services and Coconino County Health and Human Services, acting as the health district to extend the contract through 5/31/2024 and update the scope, price sheet, and work plan. Members of the board, do I have a motion? All right, first I'm going to ask members of the public, this is a consent agenda. It's just one item, but it is not set forth for discussion unless we remove it from the consent agenda. At this time, does anybody want to remove this from the consent agenda, or should we proceed as a consent item? Seeing nobody wants to remove it, I will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda for the Public Health District. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. It's unanimous. So we're on now to 13, which is a discussion item, discussion and action item. And this is an update on the existing national opioid settlement previously approved by the board, in consideration and possible action to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services Director or designee pursuant to the existing settlement agreements to distribute the local government share funds to cities and towns in Coconino County and assign and submit the required reports and consideration and possible action to approve participation in 5 new national opioid settlements with defendants Teva, Allergan, CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens, and to authorize the county attorney to sign and submit the required participation forms. And I think from the information presented, this looks like very good news. And I see before us to discuss this is our Health and Human Services Director, Kim Musselman. So Kim, good to see you, and please give us the update on this.
All right, and I know Monique is on as well and is going to share some information. So Monique, did you want me to just go ahead and start we have the PowerPoint, or would you like to start? Which piece, where do we want to start?
Thank you, Kim, Chair Horseman, members of the board. As the agenda item indicates, this is exciting because we have the existing settlement agreements that Kim Musselman has a PowerPoint on to discuss that money and the status, but then we have some new ones. And so I think it would make sense to go chronologically if you discuss what's being done with the previous ones that we appeared before this board very similarly about 1.5 years ago. So this is an update on those, and then I'll discuss the new ones. So why don't you go first, Kim?
All right, thank you. Michelle's going to help me with the PowerPoint here, so we'll get it pulled up here. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. It's great to be here this morning to give you an update of where we are with the existing settlement. And then, of course, yes, as Monique was mentioning, talking about additional settlements. And hopefully this will kind of give you an overview of where we are, and then also remind you of some things. It's been a while since all of this started. Of where we're at and kind of our next steps. So with that, if we can go to the next slide, just to give a quick overview of the current settlement, this was resulted from investigations, of course, by the state attorney generals, and these were back in August of 21 is when Arizona pushed out our Arizona One plan to distribute funds across Arizona, and also the reporting requirements and the tracking of funds. And so that is what I'm going to give you an update on here today. So if we go to the next slide, out of that agreement between both there's like so many groups in here, but with respect to the McKesson, Cardinal Health, and Amerisource, the distributors, and then of course Johnson & Johnson, and Johnson and Janssen Pharmaceuticals, the settlement that Arizona entered into gives $542 million to Arizona. And so this chart that you're seeing here just gives you a little overview of the percentages of that total $542 million award that will go to each county. And you'll see on this chart, I just want to point out a couple things that you may not be aware of. You know, at the county, we're receiving 1.688% of the settlement. And I'm going to explain how that's broken out. And you'll see other counties on there. You know, this isn't a percentage that was based off of population, which is how a lot of money goes to the counties. There were some very specific things of how the settlement was to be distributed. And so with that 542 million, 56% of the total settlement goes to local governments for opioid approved strategies that are outlined in the agreement. And 44% goes to a state fund for opioid programs. And that's going to be important because I'm going to kind of touch on how that money, both the state money and then our local money, are allocated with respect to our county. So the opioid settlement nationally currently sits as of March 8th at about 50 billion, just to give you the context from a nationwide sense. Our county's allocation and the other Arizona counties allocations were based on 3 equally weighted factors. Those included the amount of opioids that were shipped to our region, the number of opioid deaths that occurred in the region, and the number of people who suffered opioid use disorder in that region. So just to point out, you'll see Mojave County, you see 4.89%, and you see Yavapai at 4.2%. And most of you know that in particular, Mojave County isn't that much larger as far as population base than Coconino County, but they had a significantly higher amount of opioids shipped into their region. Same thing with Yavapai, as well as deaths and people who suffered for opioid use disorder. So I just wanted to make you aware of that because it's important, because it's very different than how other money is typically allocated to the counties. Next slide, please. The other thing we wanted to point out is that there's also tribal settlements and opioid settlements separate from the counties, the states. And so there was over $1 billion that's going to be distributed to the tribes, that is just getting started here early in 2023. And that includes tribal nations and the Alaska Tribal Health Organizations. And so the tribes also had to submit signed documents to participate, acknowledging participation, recognizing the tribal sovereignty and tribal rights, and their tribal right to decide which approved abatement preventions are going to best address the tribal opioid concerns. And one of the things I just want to point out to you is that there's this great website, both for the tribal opioid settlements and also for all the states opioid settlements. And this is public, and it's really great because you can click onto that, see all of where settlements are sitting with what we've already been agreed upon. And then also, as these new agreements are coming on board, you'll be able to track those. And that website, just like this one says for the tribal ones, is tribalopioidsettlements.com. If you just Google tribal opioid settlements, all one word, you'll pull up into a separate website. If you go to opioid settlement tracker, just opioid settlement tracker, it will pull up and you'll be able to select to see the states. And then you'll also be able to get to the tribal settlement link as well there. So this is important for you to note, just because I know we've been asked questions as out of our county allocations. Is this also going to be going to the tribal nations? So our tribal nations actually have their own settlement agreement with a very large sum of money. As you see at the last little bullet there, is that 15.22% of the $1 billion is to be given to the Navajo Nation, including Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So just to give you some context to that. Next slide, please. So just a couple of quick highlights here for the settlements that we currently have. Our expectations over 18 years is that in that first settlement with the manufacturers, we were expected to receive about $500,000 over the next 10 years. These come in varying amounts. So there's not like, you can't just take it and divide it by 10 years and each year we're getting that set amount. And as Monique will probably share, she thinks it's crazy that this was not like set out a little more scriptive in those amounts that we know in which years, but I just wouldn't even want to be an attorney that's been dealing in these settlements, because when you go to that opioid tracker site, you will see how complex all of this is. The second part of the settlement is from the distributors. where we are projected to receive about 3.57 million over the next 18 years. So the chart you're looking at shows the percentage of split on the funding. And part of the Arizona One agreement specifies that that Health and Human Services, the local health officer, is to administer and report annually on all the funding received. And so that's part of what is in the action for the board today, delegating that authority as per that Arizona One agreement to myself and the Health and Human Services or my designee to be able to do this work on behalf of these settlements. And then these are the percentage breakdowns that our cities and towns are to receive from each distribution. So each time we get a payment, this is the percentage calculations that are applied to those amounts. So next slide, please. So this just now breaks it down, showing you that as of March 14th, we have received 4 payments. You'll see on the chart there the different payment dates that we've received. Of course, those percentage of allocations and then the amounts across the top that we received. So we've received just under $500,000 so far to date. And then you see, based on those percentages, what each local city and town jurisdiction is due to receive out of that amount. And then the county as a whole, separate from the cities and towns, that 341,000 out of the current amount that we've received so far. Next chart or next slide, please. So this gives you as the board and all of our community members and citizens and our cities and towns an idea of the total estimated payout over the next 1 to 18 years. And so totaling just over $4 million from this Arizona One agreement that we were talking about. This is what our estimated amount to be for the county, about $2.9 million. And then of course you can see City of Flagstaff, 750, Fredonia, Page, Sedona, et cetera, for our incorporated cities and towns. And this information is, and I'm going to kind of get into some of this with respect to the next steps, but if we want to go to the next slide, this is kind of where we're at with what we're doing here with the county and then also working with the cities. So the cities and towns all signed on to that Arizona One final MOU that has those 2 settlement breakdowns, which is that estimated up to about $4 million. As I said before, we've received just under 500,000 to date. We have sent out letters and information to our cities and town managers. They have received many of these same charts. They've received a copy of the Arizona One agreement, which and all of the specific strategies that are allowable to be able to utilize this money. We're having a meeting with those cities and towns. It's scheduled right now for April 5th. I believe it's 3 p.m. And we're with the cities and town managers, any of their deputies that they wish, their police chiefs, as applicable to invite them to attend this meeting to just for us to answer questions. And it's going to be really up to each individual city and town to determine how they want to utilize their funding to make sure that they utilize that it is allowable under the strategies, the specific abatement strategies. And I'm going to get into some of that in a minute about how scriptive it is. So it's really important that from the county's perspective, and especially from mine, that as we distribute this money to the cities and towns, that it's really the cities and towns' responsibility to decide appropriately how to utilize that funding, and then to report back to Health and Human Services, to report back, because we have to submit on behalf of the entire county, the quarterly reporting. So we will be having that meeting with the cities and towns in actually, that's next week, I believe. And then of course, we're talking to you all as the Board of Supervisors today. And that at the conclusion of this, if the board takes action, that then, well, we're going to meet with the cities and towns on April 5th, and that then we'll be in a position to distribute the funding and to start performing the annual reporting that is required. Next slide, please. So I was asked to kind of just take a little big picture look at, there's a lot of things that have come before the board, that people are hearing about opioid dollars that are being received by both the state, federally, the counties in different, funneling through in different ways. So I wanted to just kind of walk through what some of the things you are all aware of and kind of put that in perspective of different pots of the opioid monies that are funding different things. So you all know that, of course, that the sheriff's office received through the attorney general's office $2.5 million to fund the Pathways program. That was out of the McKinsey opioid settlement. So that was out of other state dollars that went towards funding to do programming allocated through the state. We at Health and Human Services, under Senate Bill 1847, there was some one-time opioid dollars that came to the county, to County Health and Human Services, that totaled just under $100,000. This was money that was one time. This was money that we allocated towards the Pathways remodel to do the capital work. So that is where that $100,000, that was one-time opioid dollars that came from Senate Bill 1847. We also received from the Arizona Department of Health Services opioid overdose prevention dollars, which you've all been approving those updated contracts recently, that funds our staff and our services for our opioid prevention program, just under $300,000. The Opioid Fatality Review Board at $25,000. And then our opioid crisis response program that's just under $280,000. So those are funds that funnel through the state that are not part of these settlements, but that are designated opioid dollars that the state has access to, both federally and through the state, that they award the county for specific programs. And then, of course, what we're talking about today, which is the specific opioid settlements. So I know that was like completely clear as mud. So I'm going to pause. And I only have, well, we have some other slides to specifically answer just kind of our numbers and things here in Coconino County, but I want to pause there to see, Chair, if there's questions about anything I've talked about so far.
You might want to just take us to the end here, because we're pretty close to, so go ahead.
Okay, all right, so next slide, please. This just gives you some context. So, you know, here's all this funding that I just talked about, the different things that are going on in Coconino County. So we just wanted to share with you what our numbers are. I know several of you have asked me independently what our opioid numbers look like in terms of for our county. And so we receive reports through the state. They break it down by jurisdiction, by city and town. Law enforcement, hospitals are many of the places where this information comes in. So this is a rolling report. We receive it about, well, monthly typically, but so just the numbers I'm going to share with you real quick are to show between February 1st of 2022 and January 31st of 23. So almost a calendar year. Total opioid cases reported in Coconino County were 54. We had 9 total deaths, and total cases receiving naloxone out of those 54 was 47, which is a really great thing. I'll just point out in that so many of, and then that is why our deaths are thankfully not any higher than they are, is because naloxone saves lives. So I think that's an important piece I just wanted to point out. If you look at this chart here, this just is a representation of, from 2019, those reported numbers from our emergency medical services and law enforcement, and that these, during this time period, Flagstaff and Williams had cases reporting during this period. The demographics as far as age and gender are cover 2017 through 2022. Oh, thank you. Yes, next slide. So this just breaks it down, showing what the age group typically is. And you will see in terms of the, you know, the highest numbers with respect to opioid overdoses and mortality are in that 20 to 44-year-old age. And then, of course, the next, the orange bar is the 45 to 64. And then also it's broken by race and ethnicity. So you will see American Indian in the blue color, definitely high as is white, non-Hispanic, in those numbers of folks that are dying from opioid overdose. Next slide, please. And then this is gender. And fentanyl documented as contributing to opioid deaths. You're all hearing a lot about fentanyl specifically, because when originally these settlements were starting, it was based off of typically prescription opioids. Of course, now we've got fentanyl that is really quite rampant and being mixed in. And so those numbers, as you can see, also very high in 2020. And then 2021 down a little bit, but we're back at very similar rates for 2022. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick snapshot because I think it's important. While opioid misuse and disorder and deaths are tragic and something we absolutely are very focused on, I want to keep it in perspective with respect to overall leading causes of death in Coconino County, just for your awareness and also understanding why we have to work on so many things with respect to prevention and other causes of death in Coconino County. Of course, cardiovascular disease still continues to be our #1 cause of death. Cancer, our #2 cause of death, and unintentional injuries, including motor vehicle accidents, poisonings, falls, those typical, accidental types of things, still #3 leading cause of death in Coconino County. Alcohol-induced deaths, #4. Clearly, alcohol kills far more of our county residents than opioids do. By far. And then of course, respiratory disease, #5. And so then you see there's a bunch of others. We didn't list them all. So our opioid induced deaths are ranked #20 in Coconino County. So hopefully that gives you the perspective of we have a problem, absolutely. And we're working diligently to address that. And as is many of our communities, our cities and towns, and that ultimately, if we're working on substance use disorder broadly, while also being specific with opioids, we're able to hopefully make a difference and lower any substance use related death specifically as we go forward. So I just wanted to share that with you. I think that's important to note. As we flip to the next slide, this is to just give you a brief overview, because as I said, and as part of your packet were copies of the Arizona One Agreement. It talks about what all of the abatement strategies specifically are, and they're very complex. There's a lot of them. There are very specific things that the opioid settlement dollars can be used for. A large portion of them obviously include treatment for opioid use disorders. There's at least 13 different strategies that cover supporting people in treatment and recovery. I'm not going to read all these to you. Just highlight a few of them because it goes to the next piece of what I'm sharing with you, but addressing the needs of criminal justice involved persons, their strategies specifically to that, pregnant or parenting women, making sure that there's prevention for misuse of opioids and preventing overdose death and harms, work with respect to first responders and abatement, training and research. So there's a lot of strategies, but they're very scriptive. And I think that's important to understand as we talk about what our next steps are, is how we want to implement and utilize the dollars that the county is going to get. And then also what the cities and towns will be looking at when they make their decisions about how they want to utilize the funding. Next slide, please. So with those strategies, this is the recommendation for the use of the opioid settlement county dollars. What we're recommending is that we split this distribution into 3 categories, basically prevention, recovery, and an administration reporting fee. And I say that because, as I started at the beginning, this is about HHS being the ones that are going to be distributing this funding. And as we go forward, likely the same structure will be put into place with the state. The reporting component So that there's an administration fee component to that. That's the third part. So under prevention and recovery with the county, as we've gone through these strategies, what we intend to do is through HHS is we're going to be meeting with many of these departments that you see on the screen, the county attorney, courts, juvenile, sheriff's department, probation, and our superintendent of schools, because there are strategies that are specifically allowable. And so we want to be able to convene as a county team, talk about what are those things that make the most sense for our county? What are the best bang for our buck, to put it, bluntly, to how we can make the most difference with the limited dollars that we're going to have, but also a lot of dollars over the course of time. So I think it's important that we put that together, that we work together to do that. So next slide, please. So what our next steps are is that as I said before, having that meeting with the cities and towns. Steve will be joining me with that. And I think Monique or Brian, one of the county attorney's folks, will be joining us for that to answer some specific or some basic questions for them. Really, it's going to be about them turning to their legal and their cities and towns to decide how they're going to do what their plan is. Certainly they can talk to us, and if they want to participate or dovetail on some things we're doing, there's a lot of options there. So then today is then we'll talk through the recommended board action, but specifically the piece I just covered, authorizing myself or one of my designees to pursuant to the existing settlement agreements to distribute the local government share funds to cities and towns in Coconino County and submit the required reports. And then Monique's going to talk about the new settlements. And then that will then lay in the foundation so that then we can start cutting those checks to the cities and towns. They've got an affidavit and some things that they're going to need to sign for us that has been sent to them and that will be presented to them so that we have that documentation of that they're going to receive those funds and they're going to agree to report back. And then our next steps from HHS are meeting with those county departments regarding the abatement strategies so that we can start implementing our county plan and the utilization of those funds towards our opioid prevention and treatment in Coconino County. So that is my last slide.
All right. Well, thank you, Kim, for that overview. I think it's a wonderful opportunity we have here in Coconino County to help with the education and outreach and hopefully even to eradicate opioid abuse here in Coconino County. And where the good news is the monies available through this opioid settlement to do exactly that. So and so appreciate your leadership and working with our other counties and obviously with the cities and towns in our county as we move forward with this opioid settlement and to do something proactive to really eradicate opioid use. So thank you, Kim. Members of the board, any comments, questions that you might have on this? Supervisor Ryan.
No, actually, it's pretty, I mean, yeah, a lot of money, but over 18 years, $4 million that you're working together with everybody and to implement so many strategies. The real challenge is it's kind of labor intensive. But once you get it grouped up in agreements with everybody, there are opportunities that you're targeting for everything that it requires to get this to come together. It looks like a very good plan that you have, wonderful outreach, and hopefully as the cities get into the conversations, they hop on board with us on unifying coordination on how they might be able to be applied. So there are my quick thoughts and comments associated with it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other members of the board have comments, questions? One thing I will note is when you're going out to the cities and towns, if the supervisors who are the cities or towns are in the district, if we can be helpful on that outreach and meetings, please let us know, Kim. You know, we're here, would like to be part of that and do what we can on some of these other smaller rural communities and cities and towns. So keep us informed on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And I will say, just since sending out the information last week and the meeting invite, we've had several folks already respond and RSVP to be in attendance at the meeting, even from some of our smallest cities and towns. So we'll absolutely keep you informed about that. But I'm excited about them wanting to also meet, because they did have an option to just sign the affidavit and get it back to us. But I think that there's a lot of questions, and I think it'll be a great opportunity to work with them.
Yeah, we all need to be in this together. So thank you, Kim. So other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is good. I think that, you know, Kim, thank you for all the people that help you to get us more funding. And certainly, you know, it's needed, even though it's going to take a while for us to get those dollars. And then also, I just want to say that, you know, there's a lot of this opiate going around now, and it's getting probably further into the states and stuff like that. So I just want to say that, you know, you all think about the people that we serve, and that's a good thing. And I really appreciate the staff and the leadership, you know, here that make things, you know, moving, and always thinking about our constituents in the Coconino County overall. So I just want to say thank you so much, you know, for the work well done, and also to continue to solicit for, you know, these dollars, you know, because certainly, you know, we need those dollars to be coming into to the county, so that we can continue to prevent, or, you know, to address, you know, complete issues that are evident. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, I just wanted to first off say thank you for the presentation and the information. Very enlightening. We obviously have a problem with opioids in our county. As was mentioned, it's not the greatest killer of our citizens, but it is a problem, and we do need to address it, especially as it's impacting and affecting our youth. And so as we're moving forward, if there's any ways that we can be more proactive in helping support these efforts, please let us know. I know, like in my area, my district is a very urbanized district, and so there's a lot of more exposure. But I know in the rural areas, it's also a problem as well. So if we can really find ways that we can help support these efforts, please let us know, so that we can continue to provide these services for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely, Supervisor.
And other comments, questions? You know, I will note that I know I've been at various community events, and Coconino County Human and Health Services have been there for handing out these little naloxone kits. And it's just a great opportunity to talk to members of the community about the opioid addiction problem, and also the importance of having this on hand. So Kim, you know, you and your staff have really done a great job on that. So I want to thank you for that, and look forward to what we can do in the next steps with some of this money, and how we can increase our education and outreach. So, and I see Monique has got her hand up. So Deputy County Attorney Monique Cody.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, board members. Before you take the motion and the vote, I just want to point out we're asking for 4 things today. 2 related to the original settlement agreements, and that's to distribute the funds to the cities and towns, and to provide authority for Kim or her designee to submit the reports. Arizona was unique in that we did not use outside counsel. The Attorney General's office negotiated the original settlements, to which the state of Arizona received an additional 10 million that the county, cities, and towns also benefited from. And that's why the state of Arizona determined that the health districts are the lead agencies. So that's why all the money for each county is funneled through there, because that was at the Attorney General's intent. But the new settlements So Supervisor Ryan, you mentioned that 4 million over 18 years, maybe not quite enough. But if we sign on to these new settlements, to that sum will be added about 3.1 million. So then we're looking and then that's over 15 years. So the terms overlap. So then we're looking at a little over $7 million, and a lot of it is front loaded. So we're asking today for the new settlements, authority to participate, and then for you to delegate authority for the sign-on documents to the county attorney. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any other comments? And if not, that I hope I am going to suggest a motion that includes that. If I don't, Monique, would you please stop me? But at this time, members of the board, I'm going to ask the board consider a motion to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee pursuant to the existing settlement agreements to distribute the local government share funds to cities and counties in Coconino County and submit the required reports, and to authorize the county attorney to sign and submit the required participation forms to approve participation in 5 new national opioid settlements with the defendants Teva, Allergan, CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Is there anything else we need to consider, or does that cover it, Monique?
That would cover it. Thank you, Chair.
All right, we have, making a request for such a motion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
I have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And Supervisor Fowler, she has been able, I think she's having some technical difficulties. So I do not believe she's part of the vote. I apologize. If you see her pop up, please let me know. We want to make sure we get our vote count correct. So thank you so much. And as always, Kim, for you and your staff, really appreciate what you're doing, and your educational outreach really makes a difference on so many different areas. We talked about COVID for a while, the get back to school vaccines. We're talking about, opioid addiction, and just thank you for all you're doing, and appreciate working with you to use this opioid settlement to really get the education and outreach out to all of our communities. So thanks, Kim, and thank you, Monique, for your assistance on this as well.
Thank you, Chair, and the thanks again goes to all of my amazing staff who are so passionate about the work and committed to this. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that, but thank you on behalf of all of us at HHS.
All right, thank you so much. So, and by the way, I was so excited to get forward to talk about the additional monies available to the county for for opioid addiction and education. I forgot, and we passed over a flood control district matter. So at this point, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors, and I'll take us back to that agenda item. Do I have a motion for us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of acting as the Board of Supervisors, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Now, as the Board of Supervisors, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan has made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as a Flood Control District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, we are now back as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have before us item number 11. This is under the Flood Control District consent agenda. And as I've indicated, I'm going to read it. It is a consent agenda item right now. It's consideration and possible action to award RFQ 2023-107 construction manager at risk to Tiffany Construction Company and approve an agreement with Tiffany Construction for the construction of neighborhood flood mitigation measures in the Wapatki Trails and Brandis Way flood corridors. This is listed as a consent agenda. It is not set for discussion. Members of the board, do you want to remove it from the consent agenda? Or since we have discussed this in the past, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as read?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve as read.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I'm gonna have Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. I'll get you on that second. All those in favor of awarding the RFQ Construction Manager at Risk to Tiffany Construction Company for flood mitigation in the Wapaki Trails and Brandis Way flood corridors, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. I think that's a 4-0, Lindsay.
Yeah, I don't know if Geronimo beat Judy on that,
Photo
second there.
I
Yeah.
will. Do we have an instant replay, please?
Thank
you.
Thanks, Lucinda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lucinda.
Thank you.
All right. All righty, members of the board, we are now still the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And although we do sit in that capacity quite a bit, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and beat Geronimo and I'll second it, Madam
We
Chair.
have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. I believe that's 4-0 vote. We have discussion items, and I know we're running a little late, but I think we should at least start with the discussion items. County Manager, do you agree?
Yes, why don't we start with legislative and then go from there?
Very good. Item number 14 is discussion and update regarding state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters. And I'll turn this over to the county manager or Gregory Nelson, Public Affairs.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and board members. In the interest of time, I'll skip over the federal update, just that Keith is in DC and we're carrying your agenda forward there with Supervisor Fowler. One quick note, we did receive updated guidance on the congressionally directed spending request for the LaRue project on the forest. And working with Senator Kelly's office, that does require a 1-to-1 match. We've reached out to Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani, and they've confirmed that there's budget capacity in the flood control district to implement that should we receive that. But I wanted to give you an update on that. In terms of the state, today marks the 78th day of session, and while March 24th would typically be the last day for bills to be heard in committee in the opposite chamber, both chambers are allowing an extra week for committees to meet, and appropriations is also slated to receive an extra week. And there does not appear to be much progress being made on the budget. And to that effect, we're seeing lots of strike everything bills that are coming out. And so yesterday, a striker was adopted in the Health and Human Services Committee for SB 1278. And this is state preemption of utilities. And the bill received a due pass recommendation with the striker 5-4. And so in our review of this striker, it does preempt our ability to impose fire restrictions on gas or propane appliances during stage 3 restrictions. And so I wanted to bring that to the board as this would recommend opposition to this consistent with the board's previous positions and guidance that we've adopted through our legislative agenda development. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Gregory. And I do want to point out that we have 2 members of their board back in DC advocating for us right now. We have Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez as well as Supervisor Lena Fowler. And I think that Vice Chair has got himself a park bench and looks like he's doing what he can to participate. So thank you so much, Vice Chair. All right, members of the board, let's go ahead and can we do the planning calendar, Steve?
Madam Chair, could I recommend that we do take that position in opposition? It intervenes with our authority, and it does make sense to. We don't want a conflict with what we're doing with fire as well.
And I agree, except it's not an action item.
So yes, we'd be seeking direction, Madam Chair, just to enter you in as
Got
opposition.
it. All right. I'm so
Yep.
sorry, Supervisor
Yep.
Ryan. So members of the board, I kind of thought, yeah, of course, we're going to do that. So Supervisor Ryan, please make your
It's not so much a motion as guidance, Madam Chair, as we get these legislative items that come up, seeking our positions associated with it. It's just checking in with the board. Is the board good with the guidance associated with that, Madam Chair?
anything you'd like to say on guidance, Supervisor Ryan?
Well, I recommend that we take a position of opposition on it. That's where I'm going with
I
that.
agree.
Okay.
I agree. Anybody disagree with going forward in opposition? We're behind you, Supervisor Ryan. Let's oppose.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam
and-
Chair.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, just to know for the sake of the record, these are pieces that Gregory distributes out to us, and we're trying to be right on associated with that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And he does a great job of distributing information out. Unfortunately, with this erratic state legislature, we get a lot of messages from Gregory. They're keeping Gregory and Keith, both of them on their toes. So thank you so much, Gregory and Keith. Really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for your time this morning. We will be registering your opposition in the request to speak system.
Thank you, Gregory. Any other comments, Gregory, or otherwise we're going to move on?
No, not at this time. Thank you so much for the time this morning.
All right, and we're moving on. Number 15 is discussion of possible action regarding our planning calendar. And I'm turning this over to our county manager.
Right. Madam Chair, if we can, Lindsay, if we can put the planning calendar up, it's going to cover the next week or in the week after, but we're not going to go through them. So, so for April 4th, you'll see the on the screen the big items that we're going to have on the discussion. We're going to have a wrap-up session, building block discussion with the board on the county budget. And so we'll be wrapping up some loose ends there. And then from there, partner agency updates. We'll be hearing from United Way of Northern Arizona. Liz Archuleta in her new role as CEO of United Way will be here with Heidi Hansen. And then we're also going to have a discussion on the Tuba City Service Center. And this is the facility that we have received funding for through our congressionally designated funding. And so we'll be giving an update on the status of that project. With regard to the timing of the funding to the county, also some of the preliminary programming that that's taking place in terms of the types of functions that will be in the building itself. And so that update will be provided to the board at that time. And so those are the big pieces relative to the 4th of April. I did miss one of the possible executive sessions that we're working with the county attorney's office on is some easement discussions regarding county property. And so we'll be having some discussions with the county attorney and possibly bringing that to the board of supervisors in exec session conversation. And then I also missed at 4 o'clock presentation on the ARPA COVID support for eligible local governments. You'll recall way back when with ARPA, there was a component of funding that was dedicated to supporting local governments, that had COVID impacts. And so we have been working on some projects with regard to the final allocation in that category. And we'll be bringing that to the board for presentation and action so that we can get those funds out to some of the recipients. That is for April 4th. On to April 11th, just a couple of pieces there. We're going to have Earth Day proclamation. Earth Day is in April. And so from there, we're also going to be doing a public hearing and adoption of the new fair fee structure that has come to us from the County Parks and Recreation Department. And you'll remember that that came also through a work session that we recently had with the Board of Supervisors looking at the entrance fees and entrance fees mainly with regard to the county fair. And so we'll be bringing that for discussion. And then we also have that evening a public hearing on a couple of zoning matters that are up on North 89 and then also on Highway 64. So those are two items that are coming to the board. So I think I'm going to end it there, but again, that's coming discussions with the board for the next couple of weeks. And Madam Chair, it is just before noon. What we can do in terms of the afternoon agenda, we can, with your direction, go right to lunch break, and then from there at 1:15, Community Development Department is going to be back, Melissa Shaw and others, to do an update on the relationship of Coconino County Comprehensive Plan and the Flagstaff Regional Plan. So a discussion on how those two intersect. That's taking place from 1:15 to 1:45. And then we are actually going to be inviting, we also have made arrangements for the community partners. So Coalition for Youth and Children and the Cooperative Extension, they're going to be immediately following community development. We will do the continuation of roundtable, et cetera, at the end of those items with your directions.
Yeah, thank you, County Manager. And I know it's roundtable light. So that hopefully we can just wrap it up with that. And I want to make a note too, just on April 4th, I'm really excited to hear about our County Tribal Service Center, of which we're looking at Tuba City as the site, but it really is our County Tribal Service Center. And this is due to the congressionally delegated funds that were made available here through our congressional delegates or delegation for us. And so it's really exciting to be able to see us be able to increase our tribal, our service center locations onto tribal land. So thank you, County Manager. And then just a note to the public and also to the board, we definitely want to get the word out to the public that there's a public hearing coming up on April 11th on the new fare fees. So for those of you that do have social media, you may want to get that out. I know the county website is also getting that out. So we'd love to hear from the public on the proposal for the new fare fees. So thank you. And County Manager, thank you for your guidance on our agenda this afternoon. And with that, unless anybody has any further comments before lunch, let's take a lunch break until 1:15. Okay. Thank you.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Steve.
Okay, great. Just doing a mic check. Thanks.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
hear you, Supervisor Ryan, just fine.
Let's see you.
All right. There you go.
Don't see Geronimo.
Hi, Steve.
How are you today, Judy?
I'm doing fine. I'm so full from lunch. I just want to tell you that it's so cold in my office, and I have a slight cold from the time that we had that bus thingy.
Okay. Well,
It's just been cold.
yeah, I'll send a note to facilities to see if we can. do something.
Okay, and there's other days that's been like that, so I don't know if the heat system doesn't work in here or what.
Okay.
Might be in this on the side of the building. I don't know.
Okay.
It's
I'll send a note
okay.
up to Tom. Thank you.
I'm trying to be good, but you know, I smell lunch in the vent to my room first. Yeah, it is nice.
So we have three of us, and is Geronimo anywhere on? Has anybody seen him? And, or, Lena?
Lena's on the attendee side. She's coming over.
Madam Chair, I'm here.
All right, very good.
Lena.
Lena, thank you. Did you see the cherry blossoms, Lena? I understand they're especially beautiful this year.
The other day we saw them on the other day on we did see it along the street, so I haven't seen it up close yet though.
Yeah.
Hope to.
Good.
The magnolia trees were blooming the week I was there.
There's Geronimo. He's back.
Hello, everyone. I'm back.
Madam Chair, you have quorum, and we have staff lined up for the first item on the agenda for the afternoon.
Thank you very much. And it's 1:15. Hope everybody had a good lunch, and we are back, and we have with us all five of our supervisors. So we have a quorum and all five here present. So the next item of business is number 18. As presentation and discussion on the relationship of the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan and the Flagstaff Regional Plan. And this came out of, I had some questions and so was confused. And Melissa Shaw did a great job of straightening me out on the confusion. And she's here to basically give us an overview of the County Comprehensive Plan and how that relates to the Flagstaff Regional Plan. So Melissa Shaw, there she is. Thanks, Melissa. Now I'm going to have you take it away.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman and members of the board. Well, hello again and good afternoon this time. You will be sick of me by the end of the day, but I do have a presentation to share with you and just to more clearly outline these two major and yet overlapping projects. So let me just share my screen. Oops, sorry, I will reshare. I did not. Too many things open, excuse me. Do you see that now, the presentation?
We don't see anything yet.
Okay.
Ah, something's coming up. There it goes. We see
There
it.
it is. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to start first with just, here we go. Here's our title slide. And just a reminder that the counties, we'll talk about the county's comprehensive plan first, was adopted in 2015. So that's one image to think about. This is the cover of our comprehensive plan. And then the regional plan, which is ongoing, and you heard a presentation about at the joint City Council Board of Supervisors meeting a few weeks ago. The regional plan was adopted in 2014 by the City of Flagstaff. It's an amendment to our county's comprehensive plan. That same regional plan, although actually it was slightly different, was adopted by the county in 2013. So the county, with this current regional plan, adopted an earlier version. It went through some more edits, and then the City Council adopted that, and then the City of Flagstaff voters ratified it in 2014. So we have a 2013 adoption of the county version of the regional plan, a 2014 adoption by the City Council of the regional plan, and then a 2015 adoption of the county's comprehensive plan. So just remember, the regional plan is an amendment to our comprehensive plan, like our area plans are. So both of these plans, they are long-range planning documents. They have goals and policies. And really the aim is to provide a way to get to the vision for the future. So we generally look at a 20-year horizon, and the goals and policies and the action items, if we have those, are ways to get there, are really ways to achieve that vision. And as you know, the comprehensive plan is used monthly by our Planning and Zoning Commission in guiding land use decisions, conditional use permits, subdivisions, etc. And then also by the board when those cases come to you. They also have a lot of information. So they have maps, both plans have a lot of details about demographics, population projections, natural environment, community services. So it is a reference guide. Both of these documents are pretty comprehensive reference guides about the community, what they mean, what services are provided. So they are used by a lot of different groups, individuals, to get an understanding of what both the city and then the county are like. And then finally, both of these plans are required by Arizona revised statutes to be updated every 10 years. Not only that, but we are required to have these plans. So the regional plan functions again as the city's general plan, if you will, but over time it has expanded out into the county boundaries. So we plan for the metropolitan planning area. And then the county's comprehensive plan is also required by state statute that we have that plan in place. There are some differences in how each plan is adopted and the timing for that. So to talk first about the county process to adopt the comprehensive plan, when we get to that point where it's ready for public hearings, it will go through a 60-day public review period, and then it will be presented at public hearings to the Planning Commission and then to the Board of Supervisors. So that's the county process to adopt the comprehensive plan. The City of Flagstaff will not adopt the comprehensive plan. It's not an amendment to any of those plans that the city utilizes, but obviously the city is within the county. So I will talk a bit about how some of the information coming out of both processes will be utilized in each. And then to talk a little bit more about the regional plan. So the county, if we will get to a point where that plan is ready for the county to adopt the regional plan, again, as an amendment to our bigger comprehensive plan. And that will be the same process where it will go through public hearings with the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. The city of Flagstaff has a bit of a different process because that will be ratified by voters. So after it goes through city council and their planning and zoning commission approval, then it will be actually on a ballot. So something important to remember, that the Flagstaff regional plan will be ratified by voters that live in the city limits. County residents that are within the planning area will not vote on the regional plan. So there are nuances there in terms of who will be able to actually vote on the regional plan. And then just finally, both plans, the county's comprehensive plan and the regional plan, we are looking for adoption of both in 2025. So talk a little bit more about how each of these plans are important to county residents and why we are wanting a robust public participation for each, is that when we think about the county's plan, it's the entire county. It goes all the way up to the Utah border, all the way to Navajo County and south to Yavapai County. And so it encompasses the entirety of Coconino County, not just the Flagstaff region. And we can just start to think about just geographically, we have 9 unincorporated communities that have area plans. So we have Belmont, Kachina Village, Mountain Air, Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood, the Fort Valley, 180 Scenic Corridor, Oak Creek Canyon, Parks, Red Lake, and Valley. So these all are communities with area plans. But then we also have 12 unincorporated named communities that don't have area plans. So these are some of the other areas that when we think about our public participation efforts, we will want to be doing outreach to. Alpine Ranches, Blue Ridge, Happy Jack, Clint's Wells, Gray Mountain, Greenhaven, Forest Lakes, Kaibab Estates West, Mormon Lake, Munns Park, Tuber City, and Cameron, which are portions of those that have actual inholdings that the county does have some jurisdiction over. Winslow West, and then of course our Vermilion Cliffs, Marble Canyon, Cliff Dwellers, Badger Creek, and then Twin Arrows and the Glittering Mountain area, plus the areas in between. So geographically, the county, you can think about why the county comprehensive plan is important to all of these communities. And then to think more locally about why the Flagstaff regional plan is important to county residents. And you can see that image on the bottom right, because the Flagstaff regional plan is not just the city limits, but it does expand into the county. And you can see that square shape is actually the metropolitan planning area for transportation planning purposes. So it's the metro plan's transportation planning boundary. It goes east all the way through Winona. So it takes in Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood. It goes south to Mountain Air and Kachina Village, west all the way through Belmont, and then north up the 180 corridor. So you can see, because of the big regional planning effort going on now, the growth scenarios and the future growth map, that illustration is part of the Flagstaff regional plan. And because it's an amendment to our comprehensive plan, we use that plan to evaluate the discretionary projects that come through the county. So conditional use permits, rezoning, subdivisions, we review the regional plan as well as the comprehensive plan, as well as if a property is in an area plan, that as well. So the regional plan goals and policies are very important. There is a hierarchy with our comprehensive plan and then those amendments to it. So for these communities that are under county jurisdiction, but within the Flagstaff region, it is very important to understand and to participate in the regional planning efforts, because the future growth illustration or the scenario planning efforts that are going on right now will impact and will be another layer of planning documents that we review, and that will influence these land use decisions. And so just to talk a little bit, this is confusing. Granted, this is a lot of planning effort going on at the same time. And I want to talk a little bit about how we will utilize what we're learning from the Flagstaff regional plan and vice versa. So we are working on both. We are, staff is engaged in, has been since the initiation of the regional plan effort. So we've had input into that, and then we will be looking at the data, the visioning, the goals and the policies, as well as the scenario planning information that's coming out of this current effort. It will inform our comprehensive plan update, because that plan is a big effort that is reaching out for the whole Flagstaff region. And so we do anticipate using that, particularly some of the population projections, the census data, that doesn't change. That's information that has already been organized, and we will be able to just tier off of some of that to do our comprehensive plan update. And then, because the comprehensive plan, though, we will be going further than that boundary. We will be compiling data specifically for the entire county, and then the visioning and the goals and policies will also extend across the entire county. It won't just be based in Flagstaff. So that's pretty much what we had to try to clarify the differences, and then also to explain that we are working jointly on both projects. And I'm happy to answer any questions or give you some further explanation if needed.
Thanks, Melissa. And hopefully this will help when we get questions from members of our districts or members of the community about, well, how does this relate for the Flagstaff Regional Plan? Should I take part in the Flagstaff Regional Plan if I live in Greater Flagstaff and outside of the Flagstaff district? And also just the importance to give the information to the folks in the unincorporated areas. So Melissa, thank you. This really helped to explain it to me, and I appreciate you putting this information together.
Oh, you're welcome.
Any questions, comments from members of the board? Any questions, comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, well, I'll come in. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, it's good to remember these items and how they're interconnected. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay. And I may have been the only one confused, Melissa, but this helped me a lot. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking.
All right, members of the board, we're moving forward here this afternoon. We do have a presentation, and I know we could have returned to roundtable, but I know our county manager was seeing if we could get the Coalition for Children and Youth to meet with us beforehand. Are they present?
Yes, we do have Virginia Wahamaji on the attendee side, so she can be pulled over. In a moment, we'll do a mic check with her. Virginia, can you unmute and just check your mic?
Hi, Steve.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Virginia, were you going to be showing any slides or just a?
I am. I do have.
Okay. And then you'll be able to share your screen then.
And Virginia, thank you for joining us here this afternoon. And I know you've got some important and exciting information also to share with the board. So congratulations on that. And please share that information as well, as hopefully you will, as part of your presentation. So
I will. Thank you. And because it wasn't, we were a little bit on the go of when we were going today. So I will also at some point be joined by Andrea Marinak, who's our future board president. So I'm not sure if she's on yet, or if you see her come in, if you can just let her.
We'll keep an eye on her and pull her over too.
Perfect.
As soon as we should. So again, Madam Chair and members of the board, we are asking our outside partners, agency partners, to come provide an update to the board on all the activities, all the great things that they're doing in the community in support of their work and their missions here in the county. And so this provides, again, the opportunity for the board to get caught up to date, ask any questions, and then on the part of the agencies that we do have partnerships with to provide updates and announcements. And so really do feel very honored to have Virginia here from Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth. And so we'll be looking out for your board member, Virginia, will pull her as soon as we see her. So Madam Chair, to you and Virginia, I think we're ready to go ahead and proceed.
all right. Thanks, Virginia. And thank you for being willing to accommodate us a little earlier. Appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. Would you like me to jump in?
Please,
All
yes.
right. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity, both board and county manager. I really want to express at first, most of all, our gratitude for the partnership and the support we've always received from the county and from both as an entity and you as individuals. So thank you so much. I am going to try to cram in a lot of information going back to 2019, so multiple years worth of outcomes that we've had here at the coalition. My name is Virginia Wadahamaji. I'm the executive director of the Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth, and I've been here about 6 years now. And our mission is ignite collective action that creates better lives for children and families. And I will soon be joined by our board member, longtime volunteer, Andrea Marinak. She's also the clinical director for Northland Family Help Center, and she's been a tremendous asset to the organization over the years. One of the things I wanted to start out with was just this image to kind of explain the coalition. One of the things when we talk about igniting collective action to make life better for all of us, what does that really mean? And this image does a good job of explaining that. When we look at any type of societal issue, that visible part of the iceberg is the visible issue. It's what we're seeing in the streets, for example. It's what's being talked about on the news. But it's really the mental ideas and system structures and patterns underneath the surface that are contributing and either supporting the healing of an issue or actually help impacting it, making it worse. So when we talk about the work that we're doing, we're really trying to hit those mental ideas, the mental models, and then impact system structure. So just a quick example is if there's an issue out there society is facing, and if our community has a shame and blame attitude towards that, if our mental model is, well, there's just something wrong with you, you should have done better, you should have made better choices, then we create systems and patterns that lead to punishing those individuals or families or communities. And we create all the systems and policies that go along with it that could actually make issues worse. When we understand what the research is really clear about telling us that many of these issues we could talk about or point to have long histories of being impacted by adverse childhood experiences, traumatic events, historical injustices and inequities. When we're able to shift our mental models and really understand the impacts that we all play in these societal outcomes, we shift our systems away from shame and blame and really start impacting at the root causes of issues and really work towards healing. And so that's just a quick visual of how we're doing that and why we're doing that.
Excuse me,
So,
Virginia.
Yeah.
We have Andrea on the attendee side. I think we've sent a note to her to accept the panelist.
Okay.
So she can come over to the panelist side. So that's in progress.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So, with that being said about what the coalition does, the support we receive from the county, which has historically, as far as I know, been $15,000 per year. And that contributes to my salary as the full-time executive director. And it's also in partnership with the city of Flagstaff, who also contributes to have everyone's paying a part to get the executive director salary. We also fundraise and have membership fees and write grants and things like that. But it's that base supportive funding that kind of helps us be as an organization. We also have support from Flagstaff Unified, who helps run the payroll for my position and be able to take care of that. All of that being said, when I looked at doing a presentation for the county of what your resource support does for us, it helps us. Because we're an agency that has one full-time staff and one part-time staff, Frank Moraga, who's our outreach coordinator, really this root level, base level support that's provided by the county makes everything we do at the organization possible. And so really, I just wanted to touch on the highlights of the organization and know that having this base level support from the county has been tremendous support in helping us. It's also helped us through shifting times of moving in and out of grants. And, we've been able to be very stable and long-term serving with this support. Andrea, are you on now? Is there anything you'd like to join or say in related to this slide before I move on?
I am. Yeah, I'll just say that, we appreciate the support so much for all of the work that Virginia and Frank, or that Virginia is able to do, and that we're able to do as a coalition.
Thank you. So when we talk about why we're doing what we're doing, I also wanted to give you a quick bullet list of how we do what we're doing. And I'll talk about some of these a little more in depth. But we obviously are providing training. A lot of the training we're doing is related to trauma, adverse childhood experiences, but also resiliency factors, mindfulness. We have training both. Sometimes we're presenting at statewide conferences or going into a school district to provide training. And then other times we have a whole host of webinars that we have on our website, completely free and available at all times to everyone in the community. We also host our own conferences and symposiums, and we'll bring in nationally and internationally known speakers. We do a lot of information sharing through the community. So obviously our weekly newsletters, being able to table at community events like health fairs and the Flagstaff Festival of Science. We've been able to write articles both for publication in newspapers as well as writing our own assessments. And we've also been asked to contribute information to background reports for like the Arizona Town Hall. And we play a large role with the county networking meetings. Frank, as our outreach coordinator, is involved in all those. He also, the coalition started running and taking responsibility for the Tuba City one. And I want to thank Frank. The Tuba City network meeting has really grown and just flourished under his leadership there. So really trying to be a network both within the county and also as a point of contact for statewide. We've really got those strong relationships across the state and the county to do that. We also host our own board meetings and committee meetings, which really is, depending on the committee meeting, really keeping the community and organizations connected. And then we do occasionally have a grant that helps further our work, and it will be a specific project that we're working on with the coalition and our partners. Also, just one other note I wanted to throw out there for this time period. The Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth became the first level 1 historical trauma certified agency in the state of Arizona. We did that with our support and partnership with IAACA and her work. And Andrea, I just wanted to turn it over to you to see if you had anything else you wanted to say at this point.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'll highlight related to these bullet points is that as a coalition working to serve the county, we're really focused on relationship building and long-term relationships. So that all of these things that we do, build and stitch together this network of connection where we're building relationships to support children and youth and families.
Wonderful, thank you. And so just a couple little quick slides here to demonstrate some of these bullet points more in depth. Our newsletter goes out every week, and Frank has submittals from around the state and around the county of individuals wanting to get their information into our newsletter due to how wide the distribution list is. We're also active on social media, much more so on Facebook than Instagram, but we are in both places. So between the newsletters and the networking meetings, you can see on here everything from resource lists that we have, regional calendars, and announcements of new events upcoming around the county. These are slides and examples of some of the webinars we have on our website. Like I mentioned, in 2020, in relation to the pandemic, we decided to start recording and hosting these webinars on our website. At last count, we had well over 3,000 views on these particular videos. We have, there's other ones out there. There's a YouTube one of doing one about childhood trauma for the Flagstaff Festival of Science. But these are all completely free. They're available on demand 24/7. We have individuals from organizations working with children who've participated and watch these and get information from them. And we have families and community members and caregivers who watch them getting information for their own families. Again, the continuum of information across our website, we're very proud of it. In addition to all these webinars, we also, you can find under our prevention tab on our website, the research and the theories and the ways that we go about prevention work. And so you'll see the research and the assessments that back up why we're doing what we're doing. And I also mentioned our annual conference. So this slide's kind of fun for two reasons. One, these were two really great conferences we had. The one on the left in blue with Laura, we were able to have before the pandemic, and it was our last in-person big conference. It was so successful that we actually moved to a larger venue the next year because we had completely oversold and filled to capacity. So we were planning to move for the next one in 2020, which you can see on the date. Eventually it kept being pushed back until it became our 2021 conference, and it went online at that point. But this slide is also fun because it shows you that during this time period, we also rebranded. We have a new logo, we have new colors, and we actually, the board and staff all participated in voting, but the design was done by students at NAU. So that was really exciting and fun to be a part of. But obviously the conferences take a tremendous amount of work. We're just gearing up to start planning for our next conference. These usually take place about a year in advance, where we're trying to find these nationally known speakers, get them, have the theme that goes with it, find the breakout speakers that make sense with the theme, and really cultivate a unique experience with food and all that. It takes a tremendous amount of work and resources. And of course, our sponsors play an important role. And Andrea, I know you've been long connected with the conference even before me, and I was hoping you would share some of your thoughts about our conference as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Virginia. One of the things that we really pride ourselves on is the letting each conference speak to continued development of themes that community members and service professionals that serve children in the community are asking for, right? So the conference before, we had Laura Vandernoot-Lipsky come and speak about trauma stewardship, and we had folks coming to us and saying, wow, that particular topic in the previous conference was really impactful to me. I got some good stuff out of it. I want more of that. And so there was this process of inviting people to the table in the conference planning committee to really shape what folks are needing and wanting in terms of information and connection and support. And then from there, we planned the next conference beginning to speak to the themes that are our surveys, and also the conversations that we were having after the previous conference. So really wanting to make sure that we're building a cohesive shape of what we want a trauma-informed and resiliency-focused community to be. So that's just a piece that I'll highlight there.
Thank you. And so just a quick example of the different outcomes we've seen over the years. This was a local teacher noting how becoming trauma-informed significantly impacted his teaching. He can see it in the test results, the attendance, the happiness, the excitement for school. And we see those across different types of sectors and job titles, organizations, community members, that they're being impacted by this information. Keeping in line with our commitment to not do things once, but really dive deep into them. We started our partnership with Kevin Campbell, an international child welfare expert, back in 2017 when he did 3 days here in Northern Arizona. For anyone not familiar, Kevin has done work, everything from being an expert witness in the national trials of children being separated at borders to doing work in Australia with separated families, and Canada and Europe. And he's also been behind some of our federal legislation about family finding and whatnot. And so when we brought him out to really focus in on how do we keep families together and the importance of kinship, he mentioned a couple of words to me that kind of changed the course of the coalition. He said, look into self-healing communities. And so we've since brought him back multiple times. Here's a full day symposium. We had him here. We also brought him back again for a grant we were working on that I'll talk about in a minute. And he did a mindful positioning activity. But the point of our work with Kevin, besides him being such a wealth of information and a fabulous consultant that we can just ask questions of, he's been a real community leader, and he has a true fondness and partnership for Northern Arizona. So it's really been a mutually beneficial relationship for us. And with that support and with his consultation, we had received a grant in 2020 through the Vitalist Health Foundation to go out and collect community feedback. Like I've mentioned, we've written reports, we've written assessments. We understood that there were high health concerns in the county, but we wanted to go out and collect community voice because that's a staple of self-healing communities that we're not just taking for granted that we know what to do for folks. We wanted to hear from the community. I just put a sampling up of just a few of the quotes we heard from the small focus groups and the key informant interviews we did. I also want to recognize that a lot of the individuals that we spoke to were less likely to have their voice heard in other circumstances. So we really prioritized individuals who might not have a voice at the table, who may have experienced trauma, who may be in rural parts of the county or otherwise lacking resources, and really wanted their voices to be at the forefront of this. And you can see that we did find some themes of despair in the county. And we also looked at well-being as well and found themes of well-being. And as Patrice noted early when she was welcoming us, we do have exciting news today that we just found out yesterday that we have been given permission to continue this work, and Vitalist Health Foundation has now awarded us a $175,000 grant to go to the next phase of this project, which would be the system change. And Supervisor Hortzman and the county leadership and City of Flagstaff and Northland Family Help Center and Arizona ACES Consortium and our other board member, Jacqueline Salby, have all been key core partners in helping us get this far in the process. And we will have the next 3 years to be working on trauma-informed initiatives and systems change, both at the county and the city. So much gratitude to everyone here in this room and for your leadership and support. And we are really excited to see what the next 3 years brings us. And kind of going from there into other celebrations we've had. In the past couple of years, we did celebrate our 50th anniversary. We are collecting those impact numbers. That 95% of being inspired to action is just based on one of our webinars that we had. We've won some awards. We also, in addition to rebranding the logo with the NAU students, we also looked at our language and really keyed in better on our mission and our purpose, as well as how we talk about the work that we do. And we did that with a grant with Javelina, who helped us get that in order. So lots of really good stuff has happened over the last 3 years where we've really been able to expand our voice, both here in the county, as well as being a partner statewide to so many of our partners and being recognized for that. Really, in closing, this is our purpose, our website, our mission, and it's really what we've been about for over 50 years now. Andrea, did you have anything you wanted to say in closing before I ended up?
No, thank you, Virginia. I'll be ready for questions as they.
All right. All right. So thank you again so much for your support, and our website, coconinokids.org. We have everything on there, including how to become a member if you'd like to support the organization or donate, as well as all that great prevention research and training that I mentioned. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen.
All right, well, thank you, Virginia, and welcome, Andrea. We want to welcome you to the Board of Supervisors this afternoon, and you know, just all the work that is done by your organization has really helped our community and enriched the lives of so many children, youth, and families in Coconino County. So we want to thank you for the tremendous job and effort that you have done. And I know you have members of the Coconino County family on your board, and Teresa Kaplinski, right? And Sandra Dio, I believe they're both on the board, aren't they?
They are.
And which is just wonderful. And I was able to attend one of the Kevin Campbell trainings, and it was unbelievably enlightening. And so I highly recommend to my colleagues and also to others that may be listening, if you have an opportunity to attend any of these conferences, please, you know, avail yourself of the information. And these are truly the experts in the country that you're bringing in to share their wisdom, knowledge, and advice to us to help us with our county and to become, you know, trauma informed, and also, of course, a self-healing community. So thank you, and thank you for all the great work that you're doing. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome back, Virginia and Andrea. And you know, as always, it's fantastic. I mean, from the days of Florence, and we lost Florence this past year, and should note that that helped create this coalition with many others, as Florence would say right away. It's everybody working together. But even so, she would be assertive and moving forward conceptually. But the program and your certification is fantastic. You know, it's an area that we really wanted to address, depending upon which department. It really fits in with different objectives that we have. We can't do it all. For what you're doing and focusing on this area, it really helps to, you know, hit on, you know, the trauma area that we knew was a concern, and the information that you've compiled over the years has been very helpful to help us develop strategies. But really appreciate the work that you've been doing. I'll keep it nice and simple like that. I don't have questions. I've been watching from afar and really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, County Manager.
Yeah, thanks very much. And it's good to see Virginia again. As Matt indicated, the coalition was begun as an alliance effort a long time ago, and individuals like Florence Carlson and others have really helped lay the groundwork. But I couldn't, to help in terms of listening to Virginia's comments, you know, as a system, we're, you know, entities and organizations are systems. And so, you know, the work that we're going to start, we've begun to work here at the county in terms of resiliency, really look at all the things and all the experiences we've had as an organization. And so really was tracking very much what Virginia was saying in terms of the connectedness and all those things that helped us connect prior to COVID, and those things that changed. And so as an organization, looking at some of that work, and so look forward to picking Virginia and Andrea's brain in terms of, as an organization, how do we navigate the work that we need to do? So again, appreciate Virginia and all that she does, and Andrea, on behalf of the board, thank you so much for being.
All right. Any other comments, questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Lena.
Yeah, hi Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. My question, I just like to ask how many schools you work with. We keep getting reports from the superintendent of schools, the need in the community, or well, in the in the schools, public schools and charter schools. And we keep hearing also from the boarding school and grant schools on tribal lands, just the great need that is out there, and how we're contracting. Well, I guess she doesn't work with grant or BIA, but boarding schools. But that she's also bringing contractors in. So I'm just wondering how you work with our superintendents and which schools you work with, and how you work in the communities, because we've pumped so much money into the behavioral health with most of our departments, and wondering how you're working with them.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to be in person and do training directly at Flagstaff Unified School District, Williams Unified School District, out at Tuba City Boarding School. One of the sites we took Kevin to was up at Page High School, and so we had him directly up in Page. We are also contracted now with the superintendent's office to be able to provide training if they request it from us for trauma stewardship training with the schools. And so there's multiple ways we're interfacing with the schools. We also really try to advertise out our webinars as well. We'll have school systems, principal, you name it, that can just get on there and watch any number of our videos for refreshers or support. We also, as far as the community goes, this April coming up, we're partnering again with Building Community, and we are going to have live viewing sessions in, right now it's looking at Lake Puente de Josa, Page Unified and Fredona Unified to have a community. We're working with the schools to set up parent night, basically, that they can come in, get some food. We'll have some raffles, and then they'll also watch one of our shorter trainings on the webinars, but then be fed in to be able to have access to this full breadth of information on the webinars. So we're trying to do both in person where it makes sense. And, on the other side too, schools are having trouble, when can they get this scheduled? Obviously the snows this winter interrupted some plans that had been in place to be I was going to be at a charter school, and it got canceled due to snow. So there, between the needs and their scheduling, and then of course this weather we've had this year, sometimes there are hiccups, but that's why we're also trying to do things by Zoom, have the webinars, have the different opportunities to participate.
And just to follow up, do you work with tribal programs also? And BIA programs? There's a lot of these programs that are targeted, but there seems to be a lot. Sounds like there is so much more that is needed out there. I'm just wondering how all the different programs are working together.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And so there's a couple of different ways. Obviously, being an organization with only 1.5 FTE, it's hard for us to be at all places at all times, but we're trying to look at ways that we can magnify our impact. So for example, the Tuba City meeting, I mentioned that Frank has put together, is really running and really grew. That meeting has become a really well-attended meeting. And so folks connected to Tuba City in any way, as well as it's bringing in statewide resources and countywide resources, are helping connect up those resources in the community. Another example of trying to get into root cause situations, I was contacted by an individual who was working with federal entities that do the tribal health care. And so I actually did a training as a part of their employee onboarding and that they recorded. And now all the employees that are being sent out to work in tribal healthcare through this entity are getting the training that the coalition provided for trauma-informed care. So trying to get in at these root levels where we can impact as many, the most people as possible has been really successful for us.
Yeah, thank you. And I know, with the Tuba City Network, we started that. I'm really happy that Frank is running that. All we do is just from the various programs update each other as to provide updates to each other. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for starting that for sure. And I was glad Frank was able to pick it up. So good stuff.
It is good stuff. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I just again thank you, Virginia and Andrea, for being with us. And we so appreciate your partnership and what you do here for Coconino County and help us build better community here. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Chair Hortzman and County Manager Prue, and to the full board. I really appreciate it for all you do for our community. So thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Wow, this is really great, Steve, that we get to hear from our community partners. And sometimes I think we forget what everybody's doing and we're all get so busy. And so it's really wonderful to take the time to hear from them and to hear what's going on and the service that they're providing. So thanks for setting these up.
You bet.
Our next one is a presentation and discussion from the Coconino Cooperative Extension regarding community partner funding received. So I understand, is this going to be, Siri's going to introduce this? Is that right?
She and I are both doing it. Siri, you can go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do the intro because we need to pull Gail over from attendee over to participant. And then I think that's going to be the trio, Patty, Joshua, and Adelia. So go ahead and Siri.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair, members of the board. So yes, today we have our cooperative extension folks with us to give us an update on their programs. And this is our last one for today. And then we have one more partnership update on our next agenda. So with that, I'll turn it over to the cooperative extension folks, please.
Let's see, Patty. Patty, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Supervisor Horstman and the County Board of Supervisors for inviting us today. And we're happy to present to you some of the programs that we're offering thanks to the support that we get from the County Board of Supervisors. I'm going to share my screen right now.
You can see it on our end. You just need to
You can see it?
Yeah, just go to presentation mode.
Yeah, it's in presentation mode. Looks good though.
Okay, let me just make sure I can advance. Am I advancing okay?
No, you're
my screen is not showing it properly for me.
Okay.
Let me just.
We see it and it looks like it's advancing, but it's still in presentation mode.
Okay, let me shut that down and start it again. Okay. Josh, I'm going to ask you to share it. Can you do that for me, please?
Yes, let me.
I'm getting a new computer soon. So while he gets that started, I just wanted to give a 1-minute introduction to cooperative extension. So I'm Hattie Braun. I'm the County Director for Coconino Cooperative Extension. And I've been with Cooperative Extension for 20 years. I actually did take the Master Gardener program in '95. And so I also run the Master Gardener program. Thanks, Josh. And he's getting that set up for you. But I wanted to just spend a minute just talking about what cooperative extension is, because it's, you know, been around for a long time, but some people might not really understand what it is. And so it's been, cooperative extension has been active in Coconino County since 1917. And cooperative extension began with the Morrill Act in 1862, when land was granted to states to set up land grant universities. And this is where they could have agricultural experiments and demonstrations and things like that. Then in 1890, it was recognized that not all of this education was available to all people. So they expanded the act, and they didn't provide land, but they provided funding to 19 universities, and these were historically Black universities. And then in 1914, cooperative extension was formalized so that there was educational opportunities out of county government and county extension offices. And then in 1994, the program was expanded again, providing $32 million to tribal colleges and universities and making them part of the land grant program. They didn't get any land for it, but they were able to get a one-time shot of funding. So cooperative extension is the outreach arm of the University of Arizona. Of course, Arizona wasn't a state yet when this original money was offered, but it became a territory, you know, in the late 1800s, and that was the beginning of the University of Arizona becoming the land grant university for Arizona. And so the cooperative part of cooperative extension is really because there's a cooperation between federal dollars, state dollars, and county dollars. And so it really depends what county and what state you're in, but that was from the Smith-Lever Act of 1914. So in our program, we have several state-funded positions myself, and so I do oversee the Master Gardener program. We have Brandy Gobble, who's our office specialist, who does everything for all of us all the time. So if you contact our office, she's our gal. Josh Farella is our 4-H youth development agent. And we also have Andrew Brischke. Andrew's out of Mojave County. He's our range management specialist, but he has a 20% appointment in Coconino County. We also have other programs, and these are funded from grants and from the funds that we receive from the County Board of Supervisors. We have Gail Gradup, who you'll get to listen to in a few minutes. She runs our online Master Gardener program, and she's also responsible for the ag literacy program that we now have running out of our office. We have Christy Shopman, who's our 4-H program assistant in Page. Thanks to Christy, we have over 60 youth enrolled in 4-H in Page. Jenny Garcia is our oral health specialist. That's actually off of a Delta Dental grant. And then Lori Cavalli works with Project WET, which is water education for teachers and students, and her funding comes from the city of Flagstaff. And then we also have Aaron Judkins, who's a range management specialist, and he's funded from funds from the Kaibab and the Coconino National Forest. Next slide, please, Josh. So we have 4 main program areas: ag and natural resources. That's in Coconino County. We have the Master Gardener program, invasive plant education, range management, small acreage, and Project WET. We don't have a small acreage person. We had somebody who was in Yavapai County that had a partial appointment up here, but we're getting ready to hire a new person, and that person will work with food production and small farms. We also have the federally recognized Tribes Extension Program. That's not out of our office, but we have somebody, Gray Farrell, who's in Tuba City that works with the Beef Quality Assurance Program up there. And then we have 4-H Youth Development. Josh Farella will talk about that in a little bit. And then we also have Family Consumer and Health Sciences. And so right now we don't have an agent in Family Consumer and Health Science. I just got approval to start the search to hire a new Family Consumer and Health Science agent for Coconino County. Right now, we have the oral health screenings that Jenny Garcia does for elementary school children. And then last year, we did have some SNAP Ed funding and positive parenting education funding, and that was offered at Loop Elementary School. Okay, Josh, next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the Master Gardener program, and that's been ongoing since 1991. This past year, we had 96 volunteers, and usually, the last, I have to say, 10 or 15 years, we've had about 100 volunteers. People come and go out of Coconino County, but our volunteers reported 6,700 in volunteer hours last year, and we had 2,800 in-person contacts with folks, helping them with garden education, best plants to choose, how to water, how to measure soil, and things like that. We did not have an in-person Master Gardener class in 2022, which was like the first time in a lot of years. But those folks were able to enroll in the online class. We didn't have an in-person class because we didn't have enough people sign up for it. Some of the projects that we work on is answering gardening questions. That's where our Master Gardeners help us with our hotline. Most of the calls actually come in through email now. We don't get as many phone calls as we used to. We also, because there was such an increased interest in vegetable gardening with the onset of the pandemic, we decided to offer beginning vegetable gardening classes. And I wanted to have a class that would reach out to all of Coconino County and not just Flagstaff. So we worked with Coconino Community College, and we set up a series of free beginning vegetable gardening classes last year. I had about 150 people sign up for that. And we had it in person and Zoom, and we did have people from all over the county attend, though the majority of the folks were from Flagstaff. We are doing it again this year with Coconino Community College. Next slide, please, Josh. We also offered Root Camp. This was at Warner's Nursery, so they provided the space for us, and that was 12 classes that were on Saturdays. Those were free, and they were sold out for most of those classes. And this is really getting gardening information out to the people. We've had so many requests because people are still really interested in gardening. We also organized a plant sale that was at the Museum of Northern Arizona in May, and that was wildly successful. We had over 20 vendors, and you can see in the bottom of the slide here, that's Gail Grada, who you'll be listening to in a little bit, and she has some native plants for sale. Forestdale Farm, that's the slide in the middle. So we gave a lot of these small growers an opportunity to sell their plants. Many of the people sold all their plants that they brought to the sale. So that's going to happen again this year. We also had the Flagstaff's Finest Vegetable Garden Tour, where people got to go and see how people actually vegetable garden in a really difficult climate. And then the last project we have is our Grow Flagstaff Seed Library, and that is where people can check out seeds. It's at the extension office, and they can take free seeds home and start their vegetable garden. Ideally, they'll bring them back to the library, but it's a way to help us get people started with vegetable gardening without having to spend a lot of money. And that's what you see in that bottom right picture is we have a lot of volunteers that work on that project. Next slide, please, Josh. So a couple other things that we do with agriculture and natural resources. We have an invasive plant website that was developed by Master Gardeners, and it gets a lot of visitors. So over 55,000 unique visitors last year. A lot of organizations use this for invasive plant identification and management. And I was a little surprised at that number, but the number keeps going up, and it's because the Museum of Northern Arizona, the Arboretum at Flagstaff, Yavapai Cooperative Extension. There's lots of organizations that send people to this site to help them figure out what are these weedy plants and what are we going to do about it. We have several volunteers that help me with that. We also do a lot of invasive plant identification, and people either bring samples into the office or they send us an email with pictures. We have, of course, Project WET, which is the water education for teachers and students. last year there was the Flagstaff Water Festival that was at Fox Glen Park, where over 200 fourth grade students were able to learn about water conservation and education. And then Lori Cavalli did go into 20 schools last fall to provide water education. And we have many other projects, but I just threw this project in to just give you an example. Is sometimes, you know, if we're asked for help and if we have that expertise, we can turn on a dime and say, okay, we're gonna see if we can help you. And I got a call with Ray Garcia asking if we could help them figure out which trees are going to die that had been affected by from forest fires. And I thought, okay, well, how are we going to do that? So we put a little team together and we went out and we worked. We went to several people's properties and we identified which trees needed to be removed. They're not going to live. But then other trees, you can leave those. They might be able to survive. And then Team Rubicon was going to come in and remove the trees that we marked for removal. Unfortunately, there was a second fire that happened. So that project, those trees weren't removed, but it was just a really great, you know, way for us to educate these homeowners about, you know, what trees might survive on their properties. So anyway, I think that's my last one. Is that the last one, Josh? And with that, I'd like to introduce Gail Gradups, who runs our online Master Gardener class. There you go. Take it away, Gail.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm not on mute, am I? Can you guys hear me okay?
I had to get off mute to say, we hear you.
Okay, thanks, because my picture didn't pop up as the speaker. Hi, everyone. I'm Gail Gradup. I've been a resident of Coconino County since 1996 and an employee of Cooperative Extension since 2019. And I'm very excited to highlight quickly 3 of the programs that I run here out of our office. The first is the online Master Gardener class for Northern Arizona. And I created this basically to reach the rural areas of Coconino County. And the first class was delivered in January of 2020. So this was pre-pandemic. So we are already off and running with online delivery of this program. And I quickly became an expert in online classes. It's offered twice per year. So it's been offered now seven times since that initial pilot class. And we've had 179 people from our county go through the class since its first delivery. And as you can see on this map, we have a wide reach in Coconino County, which is really exciting. We've had folks from Flagstaff, Parks, Belmont, Williams, Ashford, Kaibato, Shanto, Page, Grand Canyon, Sedona, Loop, Tuba City, Cameron, Winslow, Montcopie, Happy Jack, and Forest Lakes all go through this class. Next. Right now, we are in the second offering of this very new, exciting program. So it's called Growing Futures in Arizona Agriculture, and it is a free professional development for K through 12 teachers to help them bring agricultural concepts into their class curriculum. It was funded through a 4-year USDA grant, and we will offer the class 10 times from now. So we had our first offering last October. Right now we're in our second offering. So through 2025, we'll offer it 10 times. The model is an 8-week hybrid online. It's got 7 weeks of online content, but what's really exciting about this class is that the 8th week is an immersive learning experience at agricultural sites throughout Northern Arizona. Our immersive site is happening for this cohort is actually happening this weekend, and we will go down to Rimrock, Arizona, and work with a flower farmer down there, and then we'll move on to Arcosani, where we are planting Hopi corn with a Hopi farmer who's part of the U of A. So it should be a really fun experience for these teachers. Next. This is also a really exciting new program that I just started this year with Killup Elementary. It is a youth horticultural therapy program. And what I'm doing is I'm using a wellness model of horticultural therapy to teach social and emotional skills and resiliency through plants and gardening. This program in particular is funded through 2 grants that I received, one through the City of Flagstaff Neighborhood Sustainability Grant, and then also another grant from Flagstaff Food Link. This program is I really like this program because it's got intergenerational gardening to it. So we have the youth, we have me who's middle-aged, and then we work with master gardeners who are typically of retirement age. And then also it's a collaboration between us and NAU because I took on a public health intern undergrad from NAU. So she's helping me deliver this programming, and she's really familiar with, she gives really great nutrition and wellness lessons to these kids. So we make a really good team. I'm also doing horticultural therapy programming with Ponderosa High School and Terra Birds currently. And that's more of a pre-vocational program where I'm teaching youth work skills and job skills using plants, and the plants that we produce in this program will get sold at our Master Gardener sale and then also distributed throughout some of the school gardens here in Flagstaff. At the end of the program, if the youth finish, they will earn a certificate in landscape horticulture from the Cooperative Extension Office, and then that's something that looks really good on their resume. And that's it.
Thank you, Gail. And now we have Josh Farella, our 4-H Youth Development Agent.
Yeah, so thanks again for having us. I just want to very briefly talk about a few different programs that we're doing through youth development. The 4-H Club program is obviously our best known effort. This picture is actually from the fair. So the fair is kind of the final exam for a lot of 4-H students that are participating in livestock and other projects, and you can really see how much fun they're having. Sorry, going to the next slide. Here. So we have about 200 youth in our program annually. This has been edging upwards since I started in 2019. We really do have a broad reach. So we do have clubs in Flagstaff, Page, Donny Park, Williams, Parks, and then also Western Hopi. Generally, these programs are being supported by around 35 volunteers, and they're all different kinds of programs. A lot of folks think back to the old days of 4-H and they think about kids and cows, but we really have a very broad reach, and we're trying to reach new groups with different kinds of vocational trainings, career skill building, and a variety of other programs. We have been developing a blacksmithing and metalworking program as well. This has kind of been something that I've been spearheading, and it's really caught on. We've had a lot of youth really, again, getting focused training on small industrial skills, blacksmithing, forging, welding. You can see here we have some kids using 2x72 grinders. These are the pretty common material removal tools in metal shops, something that you would really see in a professional shop. And we're trying to get as many youth exposed to this kind of technology as possible. We've had over 175 youth experience welding, forging, various kinds of small industrial equipment. And we've really, again, focused on those career-oriented artisan and trade skills. We've had 20 adult volunteers trained to provide programs. This includes programs that we're developing in Flagstaff, Page, Western Hopi, and then we actually have some across the state as well. In other 4-H programs, there's been a lot of interest, so this has quickly become a statewide effort. We've also had 121 youth that have attended multi-day camp experiences where metalworking was the primary activity. And you can see on the on the right, we have kids that are using forges. That green machine in the center there is a industrial forging press. And on the right, that's a program we have going out on in Western Hopi, where we have kids learning how to weld. And then we're also mixing in a lot of those other metalworking skills to that program as well. Just to highlight another program very quickly, we've also gotten some short-term competitive funding to provide camp experiences for children of military families. And this has been a really great opportunity to bring a lot of military youth into a positive youth development environment. So we've had 105 youth since 2021. This is, again, like I said, short-term competitive funding. We've been lucky enough to get funded twice for $352,000 since 2020. And this money has been housed in Coconino. So with all of the grants that we do bring in, our focus is very much spending that money at local businesses within Coconino County so that we can keep those dollars here and support the
We may have
research.
lost Josh. Oh, there, you're back.
Sorry, where did you lose me?
You're back with us, Josh. We just missed a few minutes.
Okay.
About 30 seconds, actually.
Okay. So I'll just go back a little bit. The any grant funds that we do get in that are housed in our office, we do really focus on trying to spend those dollars in Coconino County at local businesses and make sure that that money is spent here supporting our jobs and our economies. These camps are focused on developing pro-social behaviors in youth and then emphasizing those career and life skills. Everything we do in 4-H is evidence-based and research-based. So we're very research and evaluation oriented, just to make sure that that informal education and that pro-social education is making the most impact possible. Just to take a step back and through a little broader lens, these are just a couple sort of major impacts that we've economic impacts that we've wanted to highlight. We actually did have a cooperative extension as a whole did have an outside economic impact assessment done. I've forgotten the program. Hattie will remember it when we're in discussion. And in 2021 alone, we had a $3.05 return on investment for every dollar of state support that was invested in us. And that resulted in about $916,000 of direct economic impacts from the efforts of our 5.5 full-time equivalent. We have 7 staff, but we're not all full-time. We've had over $900,000 of competitive short-term funding awarded, and again, largely spent in Coconino trying to make our economy function a little better. And that's been since 2020 in support of formal and informal educators, career skill education, youth scholarships, and other opportunities for Coconino County families and youth. We've also, in collaboration with Coconino County Parks and Rec and the Northern Arizona Junior Livestock Association, we've had $910,000 go directly into 4-H families' pockets from the livestock auction at the fair. So that's just been a really big boost. It goes directly into the accounts of our youth and their families. And that's also a nice donation to a charitable organization that helps out our small businesses that come and support our youth at fair. And then this is again just a very brief overview of what we do. Obviously, if you want to talk to us about any program, we have a few minutes now. But anytime you want to reach out, we're happy to talk more about what Extension does and just continue developing this collaborative relationship. So thank you for having us.
Thank you, Josh, very much. Hattie, you're going to wrap it up and then I'll ask, get comments and questions.
I would let Josh wrap it up.
Oh,
Anyway, I do apologize for the first set of slides you got. That was me. I made the typos, but we tried to fix them for the presentation. But anyway, we really do thank you for support. We actually, the three of us are in our offices in our county building with our doors shut, zooming into you. And so we really appreciate that support. And we have heat, and now we have air conditioning, and because of that, we're able to take us, do a lot of programming with just a small group of people, and we really appreciate that support. Thank you.
well, thank you, Gail and Josh and Hattie for being with us and giving us an overview on the great work you're doing here for Coconino County and the cooperative extension programs. I think all of us know a master gardener. It seems like there are a lot of master gardeners in this town, and of course, most of us really enjoy the 4-H portion of the county fair. So it's really a pleasure to hear all that you're doing and all the activities that you're offering here to our community. So thank you so much. Really appreciate to hear from you. And I'm going to see if my other colleagues have any comments or questions at this time. Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Patty, it's always good to see you. And actually, I want to compliment you on the presentation. It's for cooperative extension. It's the most comprehensive that I can remember as far as presentation. Well done. It helps provide the board with a broader insight in what you're all doing. One piece of note would be just a thought out there with Aaron having his 20% salary or whatever on the range component. We're doing more and more work with forest resiliency. I know once upon a time you wandered there with Tom DeGomez and prior folk because of the work that we're launching into and how we want to interact with communities. It's an area, maybe an opportunity, maybe not. It depends. I know you have challenges on where do you position your money and who's doing what as well on this, but certainly like the programming that you're showing us, and actually, what was it? Maybe a few years ago, you were talking about modifications, probably as Josh was coming on, modifications to the 4-H program, and looking at that, it's fascinating to see where you've wandered with it and what you're doing with it. Of course, I'm a plant bigot, so I like the gardeners. Anybody that gets out in the soil is a friend of mine. So appreciate the work that you're doing there. And why can't we grow vegetables right now in this area? Huh? Just to be a wise guy.
You better go to that master gardening class. Yeah. I think you're in need of some help.
Yeah, no, I think he needs our beginning vegetable gardening class at the community.
That's right. Start me here, Ollie. All right. I love it. No, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We also have 4-H gardening projects as well. If you want to be a volunteer, just reach out to me.
That's great.
Supervisor Ryan, I just want to, you mentioned about, forest resiliency, and that is something that, it is on our mind. It's on Arizona Cooperative Extension's mind. We have had a forest health person in Gila County and Yavapai County. We haven't had one in Coconino County since Tom DeGomez resigned, but it is on the list. And okay. I was on a discussion on Friday, and it's still something that they're aware of. I was asked, well, why doesn't NAU take care of all of this? Well, NAU, they're not like cooperative extension where they're really boots on the ground. And my husband's a forestry professor. And I said, well, why not, honey? And he said, our job is really for the students, but cooperative extension is for the people. And so, I am really interested in having somebody that can help, because I think it's multiple
organizations working together. And I was just told we're going to have another opportunity to hire some new people. I'm hoping that I could help bring somebody else into Northern Arizona, but I'm going to try. How's that?
Oh, you've been doing great with your limited resources. So you definitely you extend the money into the programs that you're trying to do. So it's definitely noticed. Plus, there's a historical U of A NAU piece associated with where does forestry play in and who does the land stuff. So, but really, it's good that at least you're thinking about it, knowing that we'll be broadening in some way our scope of how we interact with our communities. It's a good topic right now. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Seeing none, again, thank you so much. We really appreciate the information and the overview. And, I learned a little bit more about cooperative extensions and what you're
Hi,
doing.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Lena's with us. Come, yes, Lena, please.
Yes, I didn't realize I was not part of the panel, but I am now. So anyway, I thank you for the presentation. You have really expanded the program since the last time you presented, and from the first time we started, well, anyway, when I came into the picture, I guess working with you all. So I really appreciate the report and your outreach into the community and just being very creative and innovative in reaching out to our communities with the services that you have. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments or questions? So as I was saying, I learned a little bit more about Coconino Cooperative Extension Program. So thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, and look forward to, I probably won't take any of the master gardening. I would need the beginner vegetable gardening, but let me tell you, so I do not have a green thumb. So, but thank you so much. Really great to see you, and thank you for all you're doing for our community. Really
And thank you for giving this opportunity to present to you today.
Yeah, thanks very much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, so and I know, is Siri Mulaney going to talk about this or no, this is.
No, we're back to.
Okay, good.
Back to
All right, so that was wonderful. As I said, we're learning lots, and I'm really enjoying hearing about one of our cooperative partners, what they're doing. So, and with that, believe it or not, I can't believe it. It's just after 2:30, and we've come to the end of our agenda, unless we can bring back roundtable if there's anyone that would like to add something on roundtable. I know we've done some pretty extensive ones the last 2 times. So I'm going to open this up. Are there, and I think we may have lost Geronimo. I got a note from him saying that his battery was low and that he might lose us. So it looks like he's not with us. It looks like Lena is with us. So that's great. So I'm just going to open this up. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, or we could just see who would like to make some comments. Anybody want to make some comments? Or should we?
Madam Chair, since I'm listed last on there, and you noted that you didn't cause that, so it sounds like Lindsay Daly put last on the list there.
That's right, I see that.
Yeah, you see what I mean? We count 1, 2, and then it goes all the way. Yeah.
They often say you save the best for last, Matt.
That's right. Yeah. So time to end. Huh? So
it might be time to end. Let's end on a high note.
Yeah, actually, for everything that's been going on, it seems like it's over because we're finally drying out. But within this past week, the communities went through tail end of storms, flooding that followed through, a lot of work that's been done by our people out there. I can note in the parks area, there are Pittman Valley, Peaceful Valley, Spring Valley Road, South Garland Prairie. Definitely, there's been work between the fire departments and emergency management and working with those communities. Mountain Dale, we saw some more on Romney Avenue in Mountain Dale. So it's brought us back to, we've got a lot of snow melt that we're going through. Appreciate the work that everybody's doing. We continue to work on, it's kind of emergency like. So we go through a chaotic, organized chaos, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But it brings us back to, we're going to have additional needs that are coming out, but appreciate the hard work, everybody. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Anybody else have some comments to make?
Madam Chair, after board members, I'll make a comment.
All right. I will note, and please, members of the community, please take a look at the updated information on the county website. There are sandbag locations, sandbags available, and there are sandbag locations listed. So as Supervisor Ryan indicated, hopefully we're drying up. There's still some melting going on, and if you are in need of some sandbags to help your residents and to protect your residents, there are some sandbags available. And of course, please check out the county website for information on tips and things that can help in terms of your wells and also your septic systems as your grounds become saturated. So, and of course, we're here to help. So feel free to give us a call if there are things we need to know about. And also if you have some questions for us. So, and any other comments, members of the board? Seeing none, I'm going to turn this to the county manager for some comments.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple of announcements. Of course, we were all made aware of the washout situation that we had on Slayton Ranch Road last Friday morning. So the culverts got washed out, and so we had a failure of that roadway. A Flag Unified School District bus was on it when it failed. We're very thankful. Of course, we had the children on board. We did have a bus driver on board, but again, just want to acknowledge the efforts of everyone that came out. A lot of heavy equipment to get the bus out of that situation. On Monday, we had survey crews out from Public Works to survey the project to reconstruct that road. Of course, we have the opportunity, of course, when we have the road in the situation it's in, to look at upsizing the drainages, and based on historic flow, that was not always needed, but now, of course, what we're seeing now, it's very much needed. And so Public Works is on it to get the project underway. And that's one of countless projects and issues that we've experienced countywide. So again, these are the types of incidences, as unfortunate as they are, provides the opportunity to evaluate the systems based on the weaknesses that we're experiencing and then go from there. So again, really appreciate the public's patience in some of the areas that we do serve and provide roads to, that we had some challenges over the last few weeks, just given the weather. So again, that was just the biggest announcement. A comment I wanted to make. Back to you.
Yes, thank you, County Manager. And we did have, the county did have as you know, a press conference on that to try to get information out to the members of the public through the press, and really appreciate all of the county employees and your staff and offices assistants to really get on that right away and to deal with that emergency situation. So thank you, County Manager. All right, any other comments, questions,
Madam Chair.
I see your face, so you've got something to say.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's not fair. I'm supposed to be coming before Matt Ryan. But anyway.
As our county manager said, we save the best for last.
Well, okay, good, thanks. I just want to make a comment. I think a lot of us have encountered roads and in our areas now that, the storm, it's been raining and snowing and stuff like that. But I think it was a scare. When I first heard about the bus, that one thing I did was pray that there were no kids on there. And the other thing is that I'd like to make sure, if we can, get our county roads all assessed and making sure that, at least that portion of it is taken care of for the county, because we shouldn't be liable for anything if anything should happen, because it's our road. So that's the thing that I wanted to kind of bring up. But otherwise, there are culverts that probably need replacement, and just this and that regarding, they can be washed out and things like that. So I've been made 2 extensive reports the last 2 times, but that's the only comment I would like to make to this particular thing that happened last week on Friday. So it was very, very, very cold, and I sort of caught a cold from that, or catching a cold from that. But I just want to say we probably need to do our part, and make sure that, our roads are safe out there, and making sure that we address, what needs to be addressed before anything happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Begay. Anybody else? Comments or questions? Otherwise, we are ending really early. So with that, I just want to wish everybody a good afternoon, and be safe out there. Thank you all.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.